Session resumed. Before we recognize the majority leader, may we request first the Honorable Member of Parliament, Sheikh Abdul Wahab Pak, to lead the chamber in the opening prayer. MP Sheikh Abdul Wahab Pak.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم اللهم صل وسلم على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين ربنا ظلمنا أنفسنا وإن لم تغفر لنا لنكونن من الخاسرين ربنا إننا سمعنا منادي ينادي بالإيمان أن آمنوا ربنا فاغفر لنا فإنك أنت الغفور الرحيم اللهم لا تدع لنا ذنبا في هذا المقام إلا غفرته ولا مريضا إلا شفيته ولا حاجة من حوائجنا في هذه الحياة إلا أعنتنا على قضايا رضاك اللهم إنا نسألك من كل خير ما سألك من حبيبك ونبيك محمد صلى الله عليه وسلم ونستعيذ بك من كل شر ما استعاذك من حبيبك وحبيبك محمد صلى الله عليه وسلم ربنا اغفر علينا الصبر وثبت أقدامنا وانصرنا على القوم الكافرين والحمد لله.
Recognize the majority leader, MP Attorney ng Khalid Jr. Discontinue the deliberation.
Mr. Speaker, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. We are now on the consideration of Committee Report number 91, submitted by the Committee on Finance, Budget and Management. Regarding to BTA Cabinet Bill number 155, entitled An Act Appropriating Funds for the Operation of the Bangsamoro Government from January 1 to December 31, 2022 and for other purposes. Mr. Speaker, the parliamentary status of this bill, we are now on the period of interpellation and debate. And we received from the Office of the Secretary General 6 members of the Parliament who would like to interpellate. Mr. Speaker, I encourage members of the PTA Parliament to ask a maximum of 5 questions, Mr. Speaker. And if they want to have a second round, Mr. Speaker, they will just inform the Secretary to do so, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, again, I encourage to limit the questions at least 5. Marami na siguro yun, Mr. Speaker. Doon sa tanong po. No? In the list, Mr. Speaker, ang una po ay si MP Musa K. S. Jamla. If he is around, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, I believe he is online. So again, just to guide the discussion in the debate, we would accommodate members who would want to ask questions regarding the subject matter at hand. But we also request the members to kindly coordinate with the Secretariat. If you have questions, you may submit your names for your proper acknowledgement later so that we will guide the debate properly. The gentleman from Bubong, MP Musa Jamla, you're recognized for your inquiries. Please proceed, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. May I know the details of the sources of funds which this Parliament is appropriating 79 billion 862 million and 15,000? Because how can we appropriate a funds which has no detail? First question, sir, Your Honor.
MP Musa Diamla, we are currently discussing Committee Report number 90 pertaining to the proposed budget of 3 billion, no? Committee report number 90. 91. Okay. Okay, so yes. So just we can get it properly. Also, the presiding officer needs to know what item are we on. Yes, MP Bites, please respond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The total fund source for our 2020 appropriations are broken down as follows. First is the block grant as reflected in our 2020 National Expenditure Program, 2022 National Expenditure Programs amounting to 66.9 billion. So this pertains to our 5% share in the income taxes collected as well as the customs collection by the national government. The second fund source is the 5 billion Special Development Fund as also reflected in 2022 National Expenditure Program. So this is the first time that we are incorporating the SDF as our fund source for a particular fiscal year, Mr. Speaker. The unutilized 2020 Personal Services Fund, which is just a part of the entire PS savings for 2022, amounted to 4.6 billion. The fourth source is our share in the national taxes to be collected within the autonomous region by 2022. This is also reflected in the 2022 NEP amounting to 2.7 billion, of which 50% will be given to the constituent LGUs based on the actual collection. There is an estimated local collection as projected by the BPO amounting to 377 million, Mr. Speaker. So we included that as part of our fund source for 2022. The last source is our excess of actual collection over the targets made by the BPO in 2022. So this amounted to 96 million, Mr. Speaker. So the total fund source for 2022 expenditure program is 79.8 billion as reflected in our committee report, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Then, can we be educated, Mr. Chair, the meaning of the following terms: obligation incurred, obligation liquidated, and what is the difference of the two terms? How does they relate to appropriation, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, obligation pertains to the refers to a commitment by a particular government agency arising from an act of a duly authorized official which binds the government to the immediate or eventual payment of a sum of money, Mr. Speaker.
And how does that differ? The two differs, Mr. Speaker.
On the other hand, Mr. Speaker, allotment refers to the authorization issued by, in this case, MFBM to a ministry or office, permitting the agency or office to commit or incur obligations and or pay out funds within a specified period of time, Mr. Speaker.
Thank
So
you,
before
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, there must be an allotment which is based on an appropriations we are enacting, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And then how do we treat the unpaid salaries of employees in the previous years? Because I understand there are salaries, there are personnel who were, whose appointment already, whose salaries is not yet paid because of the processes in the Civil Service Commission. They were appointed earlier, but their salary up to now is not yet paid. So this is now there is a change of the fiscal year. Then how shall we treat on this, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, once the unpaid salaries are obligated, they can be collected to the Minister of Finance and Budget and Management in a form of LDDAP or the list of due and accounts payable, Mr. Speaker. So while they remain unpaid, it can still be paid after the submission of the LDDAP, Mr. Speaker, or the list of due and accounts payable.
How, Mr. Speaker, how about those commitment? How about those, the cost, I should say? How about the cost of goods and services committed by the government of the day? in the previous years, which were not yet implemented.
Mr. Speaker, as to the commitment, this can only be included in the list of due and demandable accounts payable once they are obligated, Mr. Speaker. So I understand that if these are not yet delivered or performed, then they cannot fall under the list of due and demandable accounts payable since they are not yet obligated, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Is there any additional appropriation for Marawi Rehabilitation, Mr. Speaker, for fiscal year 2022, other than the previous year's appropriation?
Mr. Speaker, there is a particular allocation on the Marawi Rehabilitation under 2022 Bangsamoro expenditure program amounts to
Hello?
Yes, wait. The Deputy Minister is getting the exact facts and figures from his staff. Yes, please proceed.
yes, Mr. Speaker, our allocation for 2022 on Marawi Rehab amounts to 518,151,342 pesos, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And that's my last portion, Mr. Speaker, is there any appropriation for the rehabilitation and transformation of Mnlap and Mnlap combatants that are still in their camps?
Mr. Speaker, I understand that the programs on the rehabilitation of these camps are to be provided by the national government, Mr. Speaker. So there is no specific or direct allocation or appropriations so far as these programs are concerned, as I understand that these are to be provided by the national government, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Speaker. In other words, Mr. Speaker, there is no appropriation intended for our combatants in the camps right now.
I believe that's a separate issue, no? It's part of the normalization.
Mr. Speaker, I think there is one, or the MPOS or the Ministry of Public Order and Safety also allocates programs on this concern, Mr. Speaker. So I think there is one provided for in the MPOS budget, Mr. Speaker. As well as the MILG Tugon, this also pertains to the to programs addressing this concern, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. That's all for the meantime. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assalamualaikum.
Thank you, MP Jamla. Next to interpolate is MP Attorney Rasul Mitmag Jr. Is he around? Is he online? Not yet?
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, as we spoke is in the TWG meeting, Mr. Speaker.
So he hasn't entered the plenary hall yet?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, so we move to the next. We will come back to mamaya later. So we will move to the next interpolator. MP Abdul Mu'min Mujahid. Majority Leader, do we have the same list that I have now? Okay. Majority Leader. Okay, MP Mujahid, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Majority Leader. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Mine is just a clarificatory question, Mr. Speaker, on some parts of expenditure budget for 2022, Mr. Speaker. One of which, Mr. Speaker, under the MTIT, the original text is support to the Bangsamoro Halal Board, PHP, and Bangsamoro Barter Trade Council, BDTC, which is amounting to 4 million, Mr. Speaker. Can these two boards be separated in its allocation, Mr. Speaker. Kasi parang inisa po to eh. So these two institution or rather it's considered as two institutions, Bangsamoro Halal Board and Bangsa Barter Trade Council. So in order, Mr. Speaker, to focus in each, kasi kailangan talaga natin matutukan ang ating halal. Kailangan din natin matutukan ang ating barter trade industry, Mr. Speaker. So kung maaari lang po, i-separate lang po siya para clear talaga sa atin kung saan doon yung budget ng bawat na agency o kaya ito kasi board po siya eh. Board and the Halal Board.
MP Mujahid, can you speak closer to the microphone and perhaps
cellphone kurang lo.
if you remove your mask, so we could not hardly understand what you're saying, MP Mujahid.
Okay, thank you, Mr.
Thank
Speaker.
you.
My concern is, Mr. Speaker, can we separate or specify in each the Bangsamoro Board, BHB, budget allocation and Bangsamoro Barter Trade Council budget allocation? Because it is I saw it as a one allocation, Mr. Speaker.
Is reflected in one allocation, we can actually distinguish which one pertains to the other or other sector, Mr. Speaker. So this is just for the purpose of presenting the item as one line item, Mr. Speaker. However, this can be broken down according to the sector, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My second concern, Mr. Speaker, is in MOH. During the committee meeting, Mr. Speaker, I know that, and even we sponsor or author a bill to upgrade Lamitan District Hospital as a level 2 hospital, district hospital in Basilan, Mr. Speaker, purposely so that Basilan can avail a fair budget allocation intended for health program, Mr. Speaker. Kasi kung nakikita po natin, itong sa budget po natin, ang nakita ko lang po, ang sa it's only more than 9 million allocated to Sumisip District Hospital. And the rest of, if you compare it to other provinces, they have more than 300 million, more than 400 million, more than 500 million, and even more than 700 million. Pero yung Basilan lang po, 9 million lang po. So that's why, Mr. Speaker, we propose a bill to upgrade one of our hospital in Basilan. But during the deliberation, Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, Basilan is the provincial health is not devolved to BARM. So then, according to my colleagues, some of my colleagues, parang nahihirapan po tayo because it is not under the jurisdictions of BARM. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I propose, Mr. Speaker, since provincial health and any other hospitals in Basilan cannot be, is not under the jurisdiction of the BARM, we may just give a subsidy for Lamitan District Hospital, Mr. Speaker. I was informed by some of my colleagues that it was already subsidized in the amount of more than 6 million, but I did not see, Mr. Speaker, in our budget this subsidy reflected or written in the draft budget or expenditure for 2022, Mr. Speaker.
Is there a question in the? What's the question?
It is a suggestion or proposed, Mr. Speaker, to make or to give subsidy to Lamitan District Hospital in the amount of 15 million, Mr. Speaker. 15. Okay.
So No, we recognize the Deputy Speaker, Nabiltan. I believe he also sits in the Committee of Finance and Budget. Maybe you can elucidate the stand.
Yeah, I'd like to just make a comment to reinforce being a member of the Finance Committee and being a member of the Committee on Health, and also being the proponent of 2 hospitals in Sulu. So I support the manifestation of our brother from Basilan, Al-Mujahid, that we need to attend to the health needs of our brothers in Basilan. So in terms, actually I was one of them, if Al-Mujahid will remember, that we cannot fund this because it's been turned over to the LGUs, and he correctly stated that earlier. So what we can do is assist, extend some subsidies, because they belong to BARM, while BARM has voted to be included sa BOL plebiscite, but sadly it's been turned over earlier as part of the devolution to the LGU. Yun po ang nangyayari, ang picture ng lahat. Pero tignan kung ng farm government po kung saan pwede tulungan natin ang mga kapatid natin doon. Dahil we want every health system of the provinces included in the farm to receive whatever needs or health needs they need. But as to the level of assistance, of course, hindi pa po. Kailangan i-turn over ng LGU sa atin para masama natin. I whispered to my brother Al-Mujahid when he filed that bill on Lamitan last week. So, ang mga pondo naman po, hindi tayo nagre-reserve for certain province, for certain hospital. Hindi po ganun ang process ng legislation. Kailangan mo mag-file ng bill, kailangan ma-approve ma-discuss sa committee, kailangan ng committee mag-approve, kailangan mag-join committee ang Committee on Health and the Committee on Finance para makita ang funding requirements. Kailangan matansya ng Mother Committee on Finance kung ano hanggang kailan ang kaya natin iabot sa fiscal space. Yun po pinagdidibatihan noon. So, ang nangyari po sa akin on my part, ma-spread po to 3 years if I'm not mistaken yung pag-upgrade ng Sulu Provincial at saka establishment ng Maimbung District. But we will still pass the law. But at least we're assured that when we pass the law, may budget na po. Otherwise, it's an empty story. Kwentuhan lang. So, yun po ang process na ina-undergo. But I fully support his manifestation to assist, extend subsidy, and I just came in just to buy time kasi nagko-compute pa itong budget natin. So, ibalik ko na po kay, I hope I was able to elucidate and explain well on how it goes ang legislation. Di po tayo lahat familiar sa ano. So, para wala na po mali, maging active din po ang ating MPs sa lahat ng probinsya. Na tignan palagi kasi diyan lang tayo makatulong sa tao natin. Kaya tayo nandito. Salamat po.
Thank you, DS Tan, for elucidating the Parliament regarding the concern of MP Mujahid. I believe there was a question in his remark. MP Pakasam, may you respond to that?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. While the health under the Basilan province is devolved to the LGUs, they actually have provided assistance also. This pertains to the other machineries. In 2021, Mr. Speaker, we have allocated 3 million for the IPH of Basilan, 3 million for the Lamitan District Hospital in a form of other machineries or capital outlay under MOH. We also have provided for submissive district hospital amounting to 3 million in a form of transportation equipment as well as 1 million equipment, Mr. Speaker. I think MP Tago would like to add more on the 2020 allocation, Mr. Speaker.
I believe there are already existing assistance to the hospital that you're pertaining to, MP Mujahid. It's just that the upgrading issue requires passing a legislation. And we hope that we can discuss that in the next couple of months now. Do you have an additional information, MP Tago? MP Tago also sits as member of the Committee on Finance. So maybe you can elucidate further. Yes,
Thank
MP
you.
Tago, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And also, Mr. Speaker, I am also the vice chairperson of the subcommittee that here,
That's correct.
the Ministry of Health. That's why I want to be a backer of the Deputy Minister of Finance.
You're the front line.
Yes,
You're not a backer. You're in the front line.
In a proper context, malaman ng aking kasamang si MP Mujahid, of course, we support his crusade or advocacy that Lamitan and Basilan be included in the, as far as Ministry of Health is concerned. However, Mr. Speaker, yung ang sinabi ng aking kasama kanina, ang Basilan at Lamitan City, including Marawi City, where the Ministry of Health, Ministry of Social Services and Development, and Ministry of Agriculture were devolved to the respective local government units because nung plebisito nung ARM 6734 hindi sila sumama. Sumama sila nung 1954 nung amendment expansion of the ARM nung 2001. Kaya lang na-devolve na sila sa LGU at that time. Kaya yung mga sinabi kong mga hahinsya, hindi sila nasama sa ARM allocation kasi na-devolve sila sa mga particular local government units. Kaya ang nangyari sa atin, binibigyan na lang natin sila ng tulong or assistant na tinatawag na assistant. Dito naman sa, as mentioned earlier ng ating Deputy Minister ng Finance, itong 2021 binigyan ng Lamitan at saka probinsya ng Basilan. Similarly, ang Marawi City also. Dito sa 2022, if I'm not mistaken, as I said earlier, I am one of the subcommittee, vice chairperson of the subcommittee that handle the Ministry of Health. Ang assistance na binigay, more than 6 million sa Basilan. Assistance, imuwi lang. Kasi walang personnel component, Mr. Speaker. Iyon nga, kasi na-devolve sila sa mga LGU. Ang naibibigay lang natin, imuwi para suportaan yung kanilang mga programa. So, yun po ang sagot, Mr. Speaker. Kaya itong tatlong local government units, yun ang problema natin dito sa BARM. Kasama sila sa BARM, pero yung mga social services ay naka-devolve sa mga LGU, local government units. Yun, Mr. Speaker, yung sagot, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you for further elucidating the Parliament regarding the matter. Are you satisfied with the reply, MP Mujahid?
Yeah,
I believe there's already an assistance given to the particular...
Yes, Mr.
hospital
Speaker. I
you're
just
speaking of.
want to be reflected in our budget, the allocation, as our sister allocation intended for Lamitan District Hospital. Kasi I did not see any paragraph or item there here in the budget, Mr. Speaker, that is 6.6 million is really allocated to Lamitan District Hospital. And in addition, Mr. Speaker, medyo kung sa akin lang po na gawin na lang po, hindi lang po 6.6 million, kundi 15 million na lang po. Kasi kapag nakita po natin, Mr. Speaker, yung other provinces po, as I said, nag-enjoy po ng pinakamalaking halimbawa, yung sa Maguindanao, more than 700 million, Lanao, Sulu, more than 500 million, Lanao, more than 400 million, tawi-tawi, more than 300 million, Basilan po is only 9 million for Submissive District Hospital. 9 million. The rest of the provinces of Army, Mr. Speaker, they are enjoying much allocation. So, medyo kulang lang po yun. Ang 15 million lang po, 1.5
lang po ang ating hiningi to give a subsidy to Lamitan District Hospital po, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. I believe, MP Mujahid, I believe the explanation of the two gentlemen earlier answers the very concern of the gentleman from Basilan, precisely because of the issue of devolution, which happened prior to the assumption of BARM as a new political entity. They were already, all the services to Basilan has already been devolved. Many, not only Basilan, but even some in Marawi City. So they were already devolved to the LGU. Now we are looking at ways on how to, to provide assistance to these hospitals. I believe that's the issue why you think that the budget is lower compared to other hospitals, MP. But at any rate, we would ask MP Bites, is there a budget line item in the budget that we are proposing right now reflective of the assistance that we're talking to be extended to these hospitals or to the hospitals that have already, whose services have already been devolved to the LGUs?
The Sumisip Municipal Hospital, being one of the MOH supervised hospital, is allocated with budget under our 2022 Bangsamoro expenditure program, Mr. Speaker.
So meaning to say we are not decreasing budget for Basilan. There is, but only that specific hospital you refer to. Okay?
Exactly.
Just to be fair to the government of the day. Hindi po natin inaano. Okay, so please further.
Request for a 1 minute suspension.
Okay,
Mr. Speaker.
session suspended. Yes, please continue, MP Bites. MP Bites?
I already responded, Mr. Speaker, to that particular.
Okay, do you have further, MP Mujahid?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. May I know what's the answer of our deputy minister about this?
Can you restate again, MP Mujahid? May we ask if you can restate again your specific question and go directly to the question po? What was
Okay,
the
Mr.
question
Speaker. If the proposed budget assistance intended for Lamitan Hospital is already considered by the deputy minister, Mr. Speaker, I'm now moving to MOH or MPW. Also, Mr. Speaker, I propose additional budget as phase 2 for Sitio Dialo Mapkaili to Bukalew Albarca Road, Mr. Speaker, because this road was already allocated in 2021 in the amount of 2 million, if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Speaker. But the portion or the distance from Kaili barangay to Bukalaw barangay is about 3 kilometers, Mr. Speaker. So with that, Mr. Speaker, since that there is no any reflected indication to the phase 2 for the continuation of the project, Mr. Speaker, I propose an additional budget as phase 2 in City Dialom, Kaili, and Barangay Bukalew portion, Mr. Speaker. This is under the public work, Mr. Speaker.
Bites. Yes, perhaps the Minister of MPW, Minister MP Architect Edguera can elucidate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Regarding the query of good gentleman from Basilan, probably, normally, if mahaba yung kalsada na propose, so para equitable yung distribution natin, may phase 1, phase 2. And probably, the reason why hindi nalagay sa, kung nakita mo, yung proposed budget for 2022, hindi nakasama ang phase 2. Siguro, hindi pa naumpisan, hindi pa natapos yung phase 1. Normally, ganun eh.
Mr. Speaker, I personally visited the opening of the road, Mr. Speaker, kasi sa lugar ko po yun, barangay ko po yung Kaili, papunta lang. So, nakapunta po ako, talagang na-start na po yun at umabot na po sa 1 kilometro ang opening. Kaya nga, Mr. Speaker, since yung 1 kilometro lang po ang budget for 2021, there is a need for 2020 for the continuation of the budget for the completion of the road opening, Mr. Speaker, and as well as its concrete.
Mr. Speaker, based sa report ni MP Mujahid, natapos na yung opening.
Exactly.
That is opening, that's only 20% of the implementation of the project. Hindi pa na-concrete. Just the opening. So, pagkatapos nito, we'll sit to it. May phase 2 yan. Hopefully, inshallah. Ngayon, hindi pa natin malagyan ng kwan eh. Kaumpisa pa lang, opening pa lang eh. So, we have a proper validation of any proposed budget as far as MPW is concerned. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Guerra. You have further question?
Mr. Speaker, yes. Additional proposed budget, Mr. Speaker, under the public work. It is in Lamitan City and the Barangay Ubit, City of Tinog, Sapa, Linsungan. This portion, Mr. Speaker, about 100 houses at saka may eskulan po doon. Hindi na po nadadaanan ng mga sasakyan na papunta po doon, Mr. Speaker. Talagang nasisira po ang daanan papunta po doon. So with that, Mr. Speaker, if it is possible to also make additional budget intended for this road, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, MP. Yes,
Mr.
Minister
Speaker,
Guerra.
yes, regarding that proposed road, Barangay Road. So normally, the procedure of public works now is to coordinate with the LGUs because they're on the ground. So we always consult, and most of the project is coming from LGU in order of priority. In order of priority. They propose project in order of priority. So we'll check on that. You propose, and I would advise the good MP from Basilan to propose that project, and we will validate and check.
Thank you, Minister Guerra.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Minister Guerra, for that answer. Mentioning the LGU, Mr. Speaker, we don't have any problem with our leaders in the ground or in the municipality. But sometimes, Mr. Speaker, itong pag-implement po ng project, medyo mayroon pong pagka-political delineation. Minsan po, kung halimbawa na hindi masyadong suportado ang lugar na yan, talagang abandon po ng mga some of our leaders, not all. So with that, Mr. Speaker, kung maaari lang po na magkaroon din po tayo ng kunting caucus as a member of the Parliament, Mr. Speaker, as to the projects in our areas, lalo na po kapag tayo halimbawa nang galing po sa lugar na yan, magkaroon din po sana tayo ng consultation or caucus with them, Mr. Speaker. I don't have any problem with our LGU. Pero that is my point of view, Mr. Speaker. Talagang meron pong mga lugar na abandon po ng ating mga LGU, lalo na po kapag sa panahon ng election na hindi po nabubutuhan. With due respect po, talagang meron po mga ganong pangyayari po. So it's not only intended for Basilan, Mr. Speaker. It is all the region. I'm speaking of all the Bangsamoro area, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Anyway, the proposal of MP Mujahid can be entertained in the period of amendment.
Yes.
There was no question. Actually, it's an appeal. Yes, but we can entertain those concerns of yours, MP Mujahid, later in the period of amendment. Okay. So
Okay,
if you have
thank you.
further question, po.
Yes, but last final question, Mr. Speaker, under
Thank you,
MAFA,
Mr. Speaker.
Yeah. What's your last question, po? MP?
Yes, under MAFA.
Allow
Yes.
me to answer, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, MP. Yes. Yes.
Now,
Proceed.
that proposed project, maybe only they propose now, they called our attention now, but they can always come to our office and call our attention, and we will verify and validate the priority of the project. So no problem, sir.
Thank you.
So you can always visit our MPWs. We find ways to remedy your concern. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Your final.
Yes, my final question, Mr. Speaker, under MAFAR. During the budget deliberation, Mr. Speaker, budget hearing, I propose to have an intervention program, Mr. Speaker, to the coconut recovery, which infested by the copolisap in our province, in the province of Basilan, Mr. Speaker. If I'm not mistaken, Mr. Speaker, no less than the governor himself, Governor Jim Salima, who mentioned that about 5 million coconut trees talagang namatay po dahil po sa copolisap. With that, Mr. Speaker, though I think also MAPAR is not devolved also to the province. I'm not aware about it, Mr. Speaker, but at least we have intervention program, Mr. Speaker, because Basilan is part of our area of jurisdiction, Mr. Speaker, na sana po may budget allocation po tayo intended sa pag-recovery because, you know, Mr. Speaker, hanggang ngayon po napakarami pa po na talagang kapag nakapunta po kayo ng Basilan, kitang-kita nyo po yung mga niyog, nakakatayo pa, pero mga iba po talagang pinuputulan na po. Nandyan pa po yung ano po ng copolisap. So I propose, Mr. Speaker, to have an allocation intended for coconut recovery in those in the areas that are infested by copolisap, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, again, MP Mujahid, that can be entertained later po. So thank you very much for your concerns.
Okay.
Thank you, MP Mujahid.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Majority Leader?
Sir Kanin Abbas, Mr. Speaker.
Sorry, what was that?
Sir Kanin Abbas.
Okay, so first, before we go to the next interpellator, we recognize the Deputy Minister of Health, MP Dr. Karnain Abbas.
Thank you,
Proceed, Your
Mr.
Honor.
Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would just like to clarify, yung give answer also to and shed light also to the issues being raised about the MOH support to Basilan. Sa Basilan po kasi tama po yung explanation ni MP Nabil na default kasi sila sa LGU, so we cannot directly give. However, meron po kasi tayong pinoprovide din na assistance Basilan, no? Hindi lang po doon directly. Like for example, yung sa mga programs po natin sa infra, ipinasok po namin yan doon po sa TIACAP. And of course, sa HFEP, Health Facilities Enhancement Program. And other programs of the MOH, kasama po sila doon actually. Okay? So for example, yung pinatayo natin na ipapatayo na temporary treatment and monitoring facilities po, kasama po din po sila doon. So yun po, no, although we cannot give direct assistance or direct cash, for example, doon po sa LGU, kasi nga devolved na po sila sa LGU, but we are giving assistance in other forms po. So just to be clear about the assistance.
Thank you, MP Abbas, for the inputs from Majority Leader. Do you have the list? Do we have the same list, right?
I think
Okay.
MP Rasumit is already here, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, so I can go directly recognizing the next interpellators. MP, we go back to MP Rasul Mitmag. Your Honor, please proceed.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to put into record that I would like to commend the committee for coming up with a very good finance deliberation. Unfortunately, the report was a bit delayed because we only had the weekend to check it, and it's very hard to really browse through all the documents. So I'm limiting myself to the specific provision on BWOL, specifically on Section 19 and Section 20. I will start, Mr. Speaker, with my first question because this was the question that I also had last year. Last year, I provided a speech here, sir. I asked a query, Mr. Speaker, because 1/3 of our budget was actually extended, and it was very difficult for them to implement it. So this time, Mr. Speaker, from time to time, I hear from the Finance Committee members that there was a problem with the BUR, and the solution provided then was a catch-up plan and the oversight of the Parliament. But unfortunately, because most of the Finance Committee members are asking about the BUR of the government of the day, I would like to ask the finance head, Mr. Speaker, if the government of the day is still capable of implementing the programs and projects right now, and if there's a copy of the catch-up plan, because I haven't seen one, Mr. Speaker.
You mean budget utilization rate?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, as to BUR, I think this is already presented to the committee. So every ministry or office, when they were heard or was required to submit the budget utilization rate, Mr. Speaker, we can provide a good gentleman from the Naudal Sur of the list of the budget utilization rates, Mr. Speaker. Regarding the implementation of the program, Mr. Speaker, I think the government is pushing through for the full implementation of all the programs we have allocated in our appropriations law, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, can the good gentleman provide us with the insight, a quick presentation of the BUR of all the agencies? Because in all fairness to the Committee on Finance, they're not the whole Parliament, so that we will all be informed of the budget utilization rate of all the ministries. This is very important, Mr. Speaker, because on one occasion that I was able to attend the Finance Committee, there was a suggestion by Deputy Speaker Omar Sema that we can even request them to report to us every quarter because of this situation, Mr. Speaker. So I would like the plenary to be aware of our current situation. If possible, Mr. Speaker, if the presentation, because this was already presented and I assume that this is available for everybody. And this is the reason why we are asking in plenary, because we are not part of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we can present the budget utilization rate, but as a summary, Mr. Speaker, on our 2020 utilization reports are as of October 30, 2021. So our utilization rate on personal services is at 67.48%, 77.24% for the MOE, 60.99% for the capital outlay, with an average utilization rate of 69.25%. This is for our 2020 appropriations, Mr. Speaker. Utilization is as of October 30, 2021. Our BUR as of October 30, 2021, on our 2021 appropriations, personal services is at 54.49%, MOOE at 41.1%, capital outlay at 31.21%, or with a total of 42.10%, Mr. Speaker. This is based on the reports submitted by the different ministries and offices to the Ministry of Finance and Budget and Management, Mr. Speaker. I understand there was also presentation done at the committee hearings, and the rates or utilization rate may vary because I think the one presented in the committee is later than the one submitted to MFPM, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, this is the utilization or the disbursement rate.
This is obligation over appropriation, Mr. Speaker.
Also, these were obligated, but they are not yet implemented.
I assume that by obligations, services are already being implemented or delivered, Mr. Speaker. Except for the capital outlay, especially in the infra, you usually obligate when the contract is awarded. However, the project may not have yet been completely done, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, were these ministries able to follow the catch-up plan? Because that was promised last time. It's on the 49th page of then minutes of the transcript of our last deliberation, Mr. Speaker, that there's supposed to be a catch-up plan. How well did the ministries fare with the catch-up plan? Or is there any catch-up plan,
Mr. Speaker, we require the submission by the ministries of the catch-up plan. From our or after our dapat assessment, we noticed, Mr. Speaker, that the obligation increased, Mr. Speaker. So I understand that the catch-up plan done or prepared by the ministries is actually helping these ministries in the full implementation of their programs. Mr. Speaker, we may require again the ministries and offices to submit their catch-up plan, which we can provide before this August study, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, the Parliament has been lenient with this catch-up plan, and there's supposed to be an oversight. And we noticed that the disbursement rate is still 60%. Maybe we can request, not just for the interest of this office, but to all members of Parliament, Mr. Speaker, that they be provided with this information, the catch-up plan and the budget utilization rate, so that we will be aware, especially when next we stand here and try to ask how well we are faring, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. What's the pleasure of the Deputy Speaker?
I just want to
Yes, Stan.
add a little, not to prolong the discussion, but to provide some light on where we're going. Ang sinasabi po ng aking magiting na kapatid, si Brother Rasmit mo, ay yung utilization rate, which evidently, nung sa Finance Committee hearing namin, mabababa po. So what do we do? Yung pong suggestion na magkuhan, yung every quarter, yun din po ang sinasabi ko na mag-coaching na lang. Pero let's leave that muna sa kanila. Every quarter, tawagin nila ang pinakamababa na ministry na halos non-performing na para makita ang performance at utilization rate sa first quarter. Tapos i-mentor nila kung paano nila i-utilize ng mabuti at i-check sa ground. May ground naman provincial offices. They should take charge. Pag hindi nagpe-perform yun, reflection din yun sa minister. Reflection din sa government of the day. So, siguro anuhin nila every quarter, i-mentoring sa cabinet level muna. Sinabi ko ito sinadjust ko po ito kay ES Makakuha na tawagin. Mentoring. Pag second quarter, makita nila kung may improvement. Third quarter, nag-improve na. Fourth quarter, larga na sila. Sila na lang. Para naman, hindi tayo sa Finance Committee o sa Parliament, para tayo na more problema. Pagtapos, pag ginawa na natin yon at very low pa rin, I will move to decrease their budget. Yan ang iniisip ko. Pero ngayon, we cannot do that kasi transition, sasabihin nila, pandemic, lahat ng narinig ko, pandemic Pero yung iba, hindi na ako naniniwala, hindi na pandemic. That has something to do with performance. So, kailangan po, gawin natin yon. Iyan muna natin ngayon. Medyo mukha nga lenient, pero may purpose tayo At we made it clear, nandiyan po ang minority vice chairman ng finance, ng minority, deputy minority, si Engineer Bayintan. Marami po ako natutunan sa kanya. Yung kinakalkal-kalkal niya lahat. So, nakukuha ko po yun. Parang nalilecturan kami sa finance on the plan and programs. Budget utilization per program. Kailangan niya ng mga capacity building natin. Sa atin members, kasali na po ako na capacity building. Training, yan ang mga training kailangan. Hindi training na mag-outing lang. So, yun lang po. Salamat.
Thank you, DS Tan, for that additional inputs. I believe you all understand the concern of MP Rasul. He was speaking about the oversight function of this parliament. We can exercise that, but we also need to guide the performances of this parliament insofar as monitoring all our ministries. No, there will be specific chairman committees to tackle those issues of low-performing ministries. No? If you have a response to the inquiry of MP Rasul Mitmag earlier, do you have MP Bides?
I think, Mr. Speaker, as to the utilization rate,
Yes.
this has already been mentioned, Mr. Speaker. Our 2020 utilization rate as of October 30, 2021 is at 69.25%. For the 2021 appropriations as of October 30 at 42.10%, Mr. Speaker.
Piras?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The next question, Mr. Speaker, considering po, Mr. Speaker, na yung nag-increase po yung BOR as of this time, 69%. So technically, meron tayong 30%, no? 30% na unspent. Do you consider that, Mr. Speaker, unspent funds yung hindi na-utilize?
Mr. Speaker, as reflected in our bank's General Appropriations Act of the Bangsamoro, both in 2020 and in 2021, it can only be considered unspent when the fiscal year is complete, Mr. Speaker. So as of today, it cannot yet be considered unspent. However, we can properly identify how much is the supposed unspent balance when the fiscal year is complete, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Then, my next question, Mr. Speaker, based on Section 19 ng BOL, there are supposed to be ministries that has priority over the budget. That is the education, that is the health, and that is the education, health, and the social welfare. Is this the three major agencies that has the highest priority in budget, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, I will be presenting to you the top ministry with the highest budget allocation. I think the highest ministry, or the ministry with the highest budget allocation, is obviously the Ministry of Basic and Higher and Technical Education, with an allocation of 24.7 billion, Mr. Speaker. The second ministry with the highest allocation is Ministry of Public Works, it being also a provider of social services, Mr. Speaker, with an allocation of 16.3 billion, Mr. Speaker. The third ministry with the highest budget allocation is the Ministry of Health, with an allocation in our 2022 BEP of 4.6 billion, Mr. Speaker. In addition to this, Mr. Speaker, there are special provisions which may increase the 4.6 allocation of the Ministry of Health, Mr. Speaker. There are programs under our TDIF as well as the SDF that also address the concerns on health, Mr. Speaker. The fourth ministry with the highest budget allocation is the Ministry of Social Services and Development, with an allocation of 2.6 billion, Mr. Speaker. Again, there are programs lodged under the TDIF, or the Transitional Development Impact Fund, as well as the Special Development Fund that also addresses the concern or programs of the MSS, in addition to this 2.6 billion allocation, Mr. Speaker.
My last query for today, Mr. Speaker, for this session, Mr. Speaker, is last year, I noticed that the MSSD, the OCM, the Ministry of Housing, all of them has housing programs. I would like to be clarified, Mr. Speaker. What are the differences on the housing programs of MSSD, OCM, and what they call this?
Housing.
The housing. Because
Human settlement.
because the human settlement is supposed to be our ministry that delivers our housing program, but there are other ministries that deliver this. And I think it burdens them because, for example, the OCM is supposed to be coordinative and oversight for all the ministries. And it burdens them to be the one to implement the housing. And it also burdens the MSSD unless it's a core shelter. So I would like to understand what's the differences between these housing programs, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I request the assistance of our MSSD minister. But before she answers, Mr. Speaker, yes, in 2021, we have allocated different housing projects to OCM under its Kapyanan or Kapayapaan sa Pamayanan, which is OCM special project. We also have allocated housing projects to the Ministry of Human Settlements, as well as to MSSD or the Ministry of Social Services. In these housing projects, Mr. Speaker, we have required the submission of the rationalization plan for these ministries to rationalize the housing project, Mr. Speaker. But for the concept of the housing project, Mr. Speaker, I request the assistance of the good Minister Raisa Jajuri, Mr. Speaker, for the enlightenment.
I agree. We should hear from Minister Jajuri because MP Byte's concern is merely on the budgeting. So the question is the differences between and among these housing programs. MSSD, MP Raisa, please proceed.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Mr. Speaker, in accordance with the special provision of the General Appropriations Act for the Bangsamoro, the different agencies having similar programs on housing met and developed a set of guidelines, rationalization guidelines as provided in that specific provision of the GAAB. Mr. Speaker, for the information of everyone, we were able to identify the target beneficiaries per ministry or office. And if I may be allowed, I will read the list of beneficiaries, target beneficiaries for the ministries. So for the Ministry of Social Services, Mr. Speaker, we focus on the internally displaced persons, and this would be those who have been displaced as a result of protracted conflict or natural disasters. We also have a specific project, housing project for Marawi City, also for the IDPs. So that would be IDPs. We also identified the returning Filipinas from Sabah as beneficiaries of the Bahay program of the ministry. And lastly, we have homeless and the most vulnerable families also as beneficiaries of the Bahay program under our ministry. For the Office of the Chief Minister, there is an overlap here because they also have some target beneficiaries from the internally displaced persons, particularly for Marawi, under the Marawi Rehabilitation Program, and former combatants and informal settlers. For the Ministry of Housing, Human Settlement and Development, they also have a program, a housing program for Marawi beneficiaries who are IDPs, former combatants, and informal settlers. So while there may be overlapping, similar target beneficiaries, which we recognize during our meeting, Mr. Speaker, we agreed to have coordination in the identification of beneficiaries because one ministry cannot cover all the IDPs that may need housing projects. And therefore, there should be a way where the ministries are able to check whether our target beneficiaries, specific beneficiaries, are also in the list of beneficiaries of the other ministries. So that's in the rationalization program, Mr. Speaker. I think we have to recognize that all the ministries concerned and the offices have the mandate, a similar mandate to provide shelter to vulnerable sectors, low-income families, and other poor and marginalized groups, Mr. Speaker.
So are you satisfied with the general overview of the differences and the similarities?
Yes,
of the
Mr.
social
Speaker,
programs?
but sorry, Mr. Speaker. I have to ask if there's a similar proposal this year.
I can only speak for myself, Mr. Speaker. I mean,
Yes,
for the Ministry of
please
Social...
speak only for your
For the
ministry.
ministry. For 2022, we're not proposing a shelter program, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
How
Mr.
about
Jojo.
OCM and the housing settlement? Mr. Speaker?
Maybe Minister Bara is online. I saw him on the Zoom. Minister Bara, would you be kind enough to answer the question of MP Rasul Mitmag Jr. for the MHSD? Mr. Bara? He's there. See online. Minister Bara? Okay, maybe we proceed OCM. MP Basmat, would you be kind enough? Okay.
Assalamualaikum.
Yes, please proceed,
Yeah,
sir.
I am boarding my airplane now.
Please proceed,
We
sir.
are coming from Manila. Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. We
Yeah.
can hear you clearly.
In the case of the Ministry of Human Settlement and Development, our basic mandate is on housing, and we are required by the mandate that we should implement housing programs, and this we have done. In fact, I am now in Manila because we signed memorandum of agreement with LTOs in the islands. And we are now on our flight. I'm boarding now the airplane with my Deputy Minister, Joe Lorena. If we'll be given time, can we explain when we arrive? Our name is being called now.
Yes, I think we understand the current situation of MP Bara now because he's at the airport. Safe trip po. Safe travels, MP Bara. Thank you for that. Thank you for that response. MP Attorney Ana Tarhata Basman. For the OCM.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Half of the OCM under the Kapayanan or Kapayapaan sa Pamayanan special program of the said office, there's an allocation for 3,200 or 3,200 housing units. And this, in the rationalization plan, it targets, as mentioned by MP Raisa, IDPs, former combatants, and informal settlers. So there's a continuing housing program under the Office of the Chief Minister for the 2022 budget.
Thank you, MP Basman. Do you have your last question?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. The last request, Mr. Speaker, is that the Parliament be provided with the list of those who are given housing programs. Because, Mr. Speaker, as you can see, the PSA that we have now, our poverty has gone low. And we have noticed that there's a very distinct connection between houses and the poverty level because PSA do surveys by household. So every time we provide a house for a family, then the poverty level goes down. So we must continue this track, Mr. Speaker, because our poverty level has gone low. So it will be very, very helpful that the list of those who has been benefited with housing programs be shared with the Parliament so that they can strengthen this program, Mr. Speaker. And hopefully it will be strengthened under the Ministry of Housing, Mr. Speaker.
Well, thank you very much for that. We will take note of your recommendation or your request. Yes, Majority Leader.
Yes, MP, may we respectfully request MP Baintan ng Patuan, Mr. Speaker, to be followed by MP Sultan Idrisa Rimpang.
The Deputy Minority Leader, MP Engineer Baintan Ampatuan. Please proceed. You're recognized, Your Honor.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Mr. Speaker, full disclosure, Mr. Speaker, I am a Vice Chair of the Committee on Finance, one of the Vice Chairs. And I have interpolated, I think, 1/3 of the ministries and offices. I failed to join 10 ministries and offices. But for my questions in the plenary, I would focus on the macro aspect, not on particular ministries and offices, just for information of those who are not members of the Committee on Finance, because the Committee on Finance has only 31 members, and we are 80 in the Parliament who doesn't know what happened in the Committee on Finance, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my first clarificatory question to the government of the day is the coverage of the appropriations for 2022. Earlier, there was a presentation that talks about Black Grant, local collection, share in national taxes, unutilized 2020 PS Fund, and the Special Development Fund. Mr. Speaker, I would like to know when those funds, specific funds, for example, Black Grant, is applied in the BEP as a general rule. And how does the SDF or the Special Development Fund is applied to the BEP? And also the shares of the local government units. There's a very specific provision under the general provisions of the BEP, specifically page 253 and section 48 of the BEP. It talks about the cash-based budgeting, cash budgeting system. And it quoted there that while the amount appropriated herein, a share of the constituent LGUs on the income taxes collected within BARM shall be available for disbursement for the purpose specified until December 2023. While there's a very specific provision that talks about the share, I wonder where is this provision that talks about the Special Development Fund? I was not able to come across in the general provisions of the BEP. I don't know if it's in the special provision. So may I be enlightened on where can we find the other funds aside from the Black Grant, where those funds are appropriated in the case of the 2022 BEP.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the lady of Cotabato in Maguindanao is correct in citing Section 48 of our special provision regarding the cash budgeting system, which says that the validity of our 2022 appropriations is until December 31 of 2022. On the Special Development Fund, Mr. Speaker, we have decided that this be reflected as one of the sources of fund for 2022. This is found in page 209, Mr. Speaker, of our Bangsamoro expenditure program, wherein there are special provisions citing the Special Development Fund. In fact, there are 6 special provisions, Mr. Speaker. The Special Development Fund, amounting to 5 billion here in appropriated, shall be used for the rebuilding, rehabilitation, and development of afflicted communities within the Bangsamoro region pursuant to Section 2, Article 14 of RA 1105, or otherwise known as the Bangsamoro Organic Law, Mr. Speaker. Section 2 mentioned about the technical working group, Mr. Speaker, as already created by the law appropriating our 2020 and 2021 SDF, Mr. Speaker. So provisions in that SDF appropriation are carried over under these special provisions pertaining to the Special Development Fund as found in page 209 of our DEF.
209?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. As to the Local Government Support Fund, allocated with 1.3 billion as the share of our LGUs, this is found in page 211 of our expenditure program, Mr. Speaker, citing the special provision that the amount of 394,016,000 is herein appropriated as the share of the constituent local government units on income taxes collected within the bar, Mr. Speaker. The funding release, as well as the LGU appropriations and the reporting and posting requirements are also provided under page 211 of the special provisions pertaining to the Local Government Support Fund, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for that very precise answer to the two questions. My follow-up question, Mr. Speaker, is on the Special Development Fund. Are we saying that once we approve the General Appropriations or the BEF for 2022, we are already done with the Special Development Fund? When I say we are already done, what I mean is the Parliament's role as far as the Special Development Fund is concerned. What will be the participation of the Parliament with regards to the specific allocation of the Special Development Fund?
Mr. Speaker, the Special Development Fund, as part of our 2022 BEF, requires appropriation. And we're now exercising the plenary powers of the Parliament in appropriating not just the SDF but the 2022 expenditure program, Mr. Speaker. So I submit that once this law is enacted, then we have already fulfilled our duty of appropriation, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for that answer. And a follow-up to that, Mr. Speaker, because this is very important. This is the first time that we incorporated the appropriation of the Special Development Fund in the General Appropriations Act for 2022. And it's but important that all of us should understand how this process works. Mr. Speaker, my next question is, do we have a list of the projects that are intended for the 2022 Special Development Fund?
Mr. Speaker, as provided in the special provision pertaining to the Special Development Fund, there is hereby created a TWG which will be chaired by the Senior Minister, other members to be determined by the Chief Minister, with the BPDA serving as its secretariat, Mr. Speaker. So the listing of the programs will be provided or will be approved by this TWG, Mr. Speaker, which shall be submitted to the Chief Minister for his approval, Mr. Speaker. So the list of the programs are yet to be determined by the SDF Technical Working Group, Mr. Speaker, for approval by the Chief Minister as reflected in this special provision, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, again, on the Special Development Fund. Mr. Speaker, are we saying that in the Bangsamoro expenditure program, there is no list, not a single project that is enumerated, that is line item in the Bangsamoro expenditure program intended for the Special Development Fund?
Mr. Speaker, while there are no lists yet in the PEP on the Special Development Fund, Mr. Speaker. The Special Development Fund classified or labeled as MOOE for 250 million and capital outlay for 750 million is already a line item, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, we have to be very precise about it, Mr. Speaker. When we say line item, just like MPW, we have a lot of pages that enumerated the number of projects that are intended specifically for a certain province, city, or municipality, Mr. Speaker. Are we saying that the kind of line item we're putting on the Special Development Fund is just one line item that talks about MOE, capital outlay, and the PS? Just for clarification and for information of everyone, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, as held in the case of Belica, Mr. Speaker, the classification into MOOE and capital outlay and lining as a program fund is already considered line item, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you for that answer. And for the record, the Special Development Fund for the 2022 is itemized as capital outlay, PS, and MOE in the special provision of the Bangsamoro expenditure program, Mr. Speaker. My follow-up question on the other question earlier about the LGU share, Mr. Speaker. Did we provide the shares of the LGUs for 2020 and 2021? And did we do the same? Did we provide the special provision also last year? Because I don't know if I encountered a specific provision about the LGU share. Have we provided the shares of the LGU for 2020 and 2021, Mr. Speaker?
Bites, do you need more time to collect your data? To respond accurately to the question.
I understand the question pertains to the special provisions, Mr. Speaker. The special provisions on local government support fund under our 2022 BEP pertains to the local support, government support fund, saying that there's an appropriation on the share of the constituent local government units on income taxes collected within the farm. The funding released shall be subject to the actual receipt of the funds by the Bangsamoro Treasury from the national government and the determination of the allocative portion of LGU shares based on the details of shares distribution attached to actual collection certification by the Department of Finance Bureau of Internal Revenue, Mr. Speaker. So there is this particular requirement before the shares of the LGU can be released to the constituent LGU, Mr. Speaker. This is not reflected in our 2021 appropriations, Mr. Speaker, but there is this special provision citing for the appropriation or allocation of our LGU shares, which may not be as detailed as the one reflected in our 2022 PEP, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. But my question, Mr. Speaker, is did we provide what is provided in the special provision for 2020 and 2021, Mr. Speaker, as regards to the share of the local government units, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, I that's the reason why I asked MP Pakasem if he needs time to collect this data, because the question was very specific. Was there any instance that in 2021 there was an actual share of the LGUs from the Special Development Fund? So do you need time? Yes, do you need time to collect your data? MP Baintan, to give you justice, maybe we can allow MP Bites to collect this data first. We will call for 1 minute suspension. Session suspended.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Session resumed.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the question of the actual releases to the LGU, yes, LGUs, Mr. Speaker, yes, there are releases provided to the constituent LGUs both in the 2020 and 2021 appropriations, Mr. Speaker. The process, Mr. Speaker, is that there is an inclusion in the National Expenditure Program of the government, which eventually is reflected in the General Appropriations Act of the national government. From this GAA, the DBM will release the NCA and the SARO, reflecting the collections on the income taxes within the bar, Mr. Speaker. However, we cannot immediately release the share of the LGUs without the certification coming from the Bureau of Internal Revenue, Mr. Speaker. But for 2020 and 2021, there are releases provided to the different LGUs, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, just to be exact about this, may we know the figure that we have so far released, in a bulk figure that we have so far released with the local government units, Mr. Speaker?
The entire amount.
Yes, for 2020 and 2021.
For 2020, Mr. Speaker, the release share of the LGU is amounting to 370,979,541.78 centavos, Mr. Speaker. For the 2021, Mr. Speaker, there are no releases done yet, Mr. Speaker.
That's for 2021.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for that information. I guess that while we have complied our obligation for 2020, I think we still need to catch up for the 2021 because I know that there are issues about it. The LGUs are waiting for their shares, and I'm glad that finally we have provided the 2020, but yet we have to provide 2021, Mr. Speaker. And thank you very much for that information. But I just wonder why or how, what particular guidelines we use or law that we use in the shares of the LGUs, Mr. Speaker, because in the allocation of this share of the LGUs, there must be a formula that we must adopt, Mr. Speaker. Did we use the previous arms formula in the allocation? Because I filed a bill regarding the allocation, Mr. Speaker. So I wonder what particular guidelines we use in the allocation for the LGUs, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, pending the enactment of the local government code, which will detail the shares of the LGUs, Mr. Speaker, we followed the sharing scheme under the ARMM law, Mr. Speaker.
The previous ARMM law.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much for that information. And at least all of us are guided that while we do not have yet the local government code or any particular law for that matter, we are using the old law as far as the share of the LGUs is concerned. My next question, my next agenda is about the running balance of the Bangsamoro government's resources, Mr. Speaker. We know that it's pandemic and part of our resources were not spent, but we are actually blind as how much is our resources that is in the coffers of our Bangsamoro treasury. Mr. Speaker, according to the 2022 BEP, and I suppose it's also provided in the 2021 GAA, under page 45, particularly section 10, and I quote, consistent with the state policy in full public disclosure of government transactions, the Bangsamoro Treasury shall post on all its official website information relating to all special account and funds deposited with the BTO, Mr. Speaker. The question is, did we comply? And if we comply, how much is our standing resources? How much is our standing block grant? And how much is our standing resources, other sources of resources that are in the hands of our Bangsamoro Treasury Office right now?
Mr. Speaker, the actual releases based on the NCA and SARO are posted as part of our compliance to transparency seal in the MFDM page or website, Mr. Speaker. The Bangsamoro Treasury Office being part of that MFDM, Mr. Speaker.
I think my question was not answered, Mr. Speaker. As to the posting, yes, but as to the figure, the question was not answered, Mr. Speaker.
I think the specific remaining amount you're talking about.
Yes,
is
Mr.
the-
Speaker, because we have been receiving the black grant since 2020, Mr. Speaker, and we don't know how much is our savings for 2020 this year, our projected savings, Mr. Speaker.
The projected savings now for this year.
This is about posting of the projected savings, Mr. Speaker. I think the BTO has not yet posted the running balance, Mr. Speaker.
But for 2020, Mr. Speaker, we have 65.9 billion funds that came in to the coffers of the BTO. And we know that some of the ministries and offices didn't spend their PS, Mr. Speaker. We know for a fact that one ministry has a saving of more than 4 billion. Just one ministry, Mr. Speaker. So may we know how much is the standing funds that we have in our BTO right now?
At least for the 2020 MP Baintan, because
Yes,
at least for the 2020.
I can zero in on that, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Maybe the 2020. Do you need more time, MP Bites?
Mr. Speaker, initially there was an identification of amount totaling to more than 14 billion, Mr. Speaker, as our savings for 2020, Mr. Speaker. I understand there may be savings from the extended 2020 fund, Mr. Speaker. However, we cannot determine yet on those extended fund, Mr. Speaker. But initially there is an identification of more than 14 billion savings, Mr. Speaker.
Come again, 14 million, 14 or 40?
Billion.
14 billion,
14
Mr.
billion.
Speaker.
Thank you very much for that information, Mr. Speaker. I've been longing to hear that figure, Mr. Speaker, because while other regions are looking for resources, we in the Bangsamoro government, Bangsamoro Autonomous Region, are very lucky to have at least 14 billion stored in our BTO, Mr. Speaker, and ready for utilization at any given time, Mr. Speaker. And with that, we are very lucky, in fact, because we are in the time of pandemic. And during this time, everywhere in the country, especially those hit by Odette, are in crisis situation. But we in the Bangsamoro region are very lucky to have resources ready for our disposal at any given time because we have savings amounting to 14 billion, Mr. Speaker. And thank you very much for to the Black Grant, Mr. Speaker.
Perhaps we can also ask
which we're already obligated. The construction of these houses already started, Mr. Speaker. I submit that wala pa hong natatapos na housing projects under the 2020 Kapianan projects. For 2021, meron hong 3,400 units allocated with the 2021 GAAP, Mr. Speaker. I think more than 50% of these housing projects have already been awarded, Mr. Speaker. So also under construction, Mr. Speaker.
That means to say, Mr. Speaker, from 2020 to 2021, we haven't built any housing project that is charged against Black Rand under the Kapyanan, Mr. Speaker.
We are already building, Mr. Speaker.
We have just procured, but we haven't constructed and we haven't awarded any.
Again, Mr. Speaker, the 2020 Kapyanan housing projects have already been awarded. The construction is ongoing, Mr. Speaker. For 2021, I think more than 50% has already been awarded. So the construction is also ongoing or leading to the construction, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Thank you very much. We're leading to the construction, Mr. Speaker. And it's a good information that by next year, there will be a mushroom of housing projects that will be implemented under the Office of the Chief Minister and also with MSSD, MSHD, MILG, and other offices. And I think it's a very good news for all the Bangsamoro constituents that will be beneficiary to these housing projects of the Bangsamoro government. Inaantay po nila yan. Importante pong malaman nila, hindi man dumating ngayon, darating siya next year. No? And we're expecting around 10,000 housing projects that will be implemented next year. Kung hindi nangyari ngayon, yan ay mangyayari. And hopefully, sa 2022, nagdagdag pa tayo ng 3,200 units. So that makes it, actually, sa OCM pa lang, will be that makes it almost 10,000 units under OCM, no? And it's a very good news. Ang worry ko lang po, no? And this might be the subject of the next bill. Ang worry ko lang po talaga ay kung kakayanin bang pagsabayin yung 3 taon na hindi natin na-implement noon, sabayin natin implement ng 2022. But we'll leave the discussion later for another bill, no? But just for the record, we heard what is the status right now, and it's a good news for all of the Bangsamoro constituency. Last question for OCM, Mr. Speaker. There are ministries, there are attached offices that do not have fiscal autonomy yet, Mr. Speaker. May we know how many offices are still lodged under the OCM? And have we provided budget for these offices that do not have yet fiscal autonomy in the 2022 budget?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, there are 2 offices falling under the Office of the Chief Minister. The first type is the one provided with fiscal autonomy, Mr. Speaker. The second one is an office which does not enjoy fiscal autonomy. Its budget is reflected as part of OCM's budget, Mr. Speaker. I think, Mr. Speaker, on page 6, there is an allocation for the strengthening of farm linkages and network through information services. So this pertains to the information office under OCM. The second one is the promulgation of the religious edicts. This pertains to the Darul Ifta, Mr. Speaker, and the promotional and investment services falling under the Bangsamoro Bureau of Investment, Mr. Speaker. So offices created by the admin code which do not enjoy fiscal autonomy have budget reflected as part of OCM's budget, Mr. Speaker.
Follow-up question on that, Mr. Speaker. What about the created settlers communities office and also the Bangsamoro Information, Communication and Technologies Office, BICTO?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. These are already created by the admin code. The MFPM already issued the NOSCA for the heads of these offices. So pending the appointment, we did not include yet specific allocation to these offices. because MFBM will actually do the technical budget hearing once the heads are appointed. However, there is a special provision under the MPBF or the Miscellaneous Personnel Benefit Fund saying that the allocated amount under MPBF can be used for the funding requirement for creation and filling of positions for the Bangsamoro Information Communications Technology Office, the Office of Settlers Communities, and other offices created by virtue of BAA number 13, otherwise known as the Bangsamoro Administrative Code. Filling up of created positions shall be subject to subsequent issuance of appropriate notice of organization, staffing, and compensation action or NOSCA of the MFBM, Mr. Speaker. So while there are no positions created yet, however, we have reflected in the special provision under MPBF the funding requirements of these positions that may eventually be created through the issuance of NOSCA, Mr. Speaker. Same with the MOOE and capital outlay requirement. These are reflected as part of the special provisions pertaining to the contingent fund, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The reason I asked that is because someone or somebody has informed me that they're worried about their budget if they have provision under the BEP 2022 because it is not incorporated in the BEP. And it's good to know that there's a special provision. However, they're worried as how much will be provided to them. Some of them are already appointed, and especially so with BICTO. BICTO has been, BICTO's budget for 2021 was not downloaded to MOTC because accordingly, they were created under the administrative code under the OCM. And therefore, they're expecting that their budget under the MOST will be transferred to them. But unfortunately, their budget amounting to 190 million during the budget deliberation did not come forward, Mr. Speaker. I think it's a very minimal amount that were downloaded to BICTO. So in this case, Mr. Speaker, how can we assure that the deliverables of a very important office, which is the BICTO, and also with the settlers community, be ensured of their budget for 2022, Mr. Speaker? While we have provided a special provision, I think we can provide a specific amount because I understand that they have submitted their proposals. So in the period of amendment, maybe later, Mr. Speaker, I suggest that we put some figures on these offices, very important offices, so they are assured that they can operate for next year, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much for your time, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. MP Bites, can we determine a specific amount prior to the release of NOSCA? Can we do that?
Mr. Speaker, what we do, not just for these offices, but to other offices also created, is that we go through the process of technical budget hearing. Okay. So that technical budget hearing has not yet been done to these ministries and to these offices newly created. So it is through the TBH that we can actually determine the funding requirements for the operations of these offices, Mr. Speaker.
Anyway, we can discuss that in the period of amendment. Thank you,
Yes,
MP Bayantan, for your questions. Very enlightening. I know some of you want to be recognized, but I have a list here. So please, if you intend to inquire or avail of the interpellation, please coordinate with the majority leader because he handles the floor. So,
MP
majority leader.
MP Sultan Rimbang, Mr. Speaker.
I'm sorry?
MP Sultan Rimbang.
Okay. So next to interpellate is MP Sultan Idrisa Limbang. Your Honor, please proceed.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, Mr. Speaker, Moderator Floor Leader, Member of Parliament, ating mga guest staff. Mr. Speaker, ang clarification ko lang first, doon po sa Administration Order number 45 na kahapon pinirma natin Pangulo para po sa ating mga empleyado. Alam ko po, tag 15,000 po yun. Yun po ba yung binigay, release ngayon sa SR na 5,000 o another 10,000 doon sa pinirma natin Pangulo para sa mga client natin po?
MP Bites, I think he was referring to the to the recent memorandum.
Mr. Speaker, the SRI is based on the executive order issued by the President, I think yesterday. Its funding requirements may be taken from the released personal services as well as or if the released personal services is not sufficient, the funding requirements may be taken from the MOOE of a certain ministry or office subject to modification, Mr. Speaker.
So it's in a way, MP Bites, it's an administrative arrangement, no, by virtue of this.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I understand that the Office of the Chief Minister also wants to. I'm not just exactly sure, Mr. Speaker, but I think they're open to that
Yes.
provision, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Yes, Sultan Rimbang.
Okay, thank you. Pangalawa question, Mr. Speaker. Dito sa Section 5, Article 7, power of Bangsamoro government. Like po sa ngayon nangyari sa atin sa Bangsamoro, hindi lang sa Bangsamoro, sa outside the BAM, nakikita po natin sa social media, sa mga panahon sa mga television, radyo na talagang ang calamity na duman sa atin kailan lang, ito yung Bagyo Odette. So ano po yung programa po ng ating Chief Minister na nakalaan po dito sa nangyari?
Marami hong nasalanta ang Bagyong Odette. Although hindi ho directly affected yung ating Bangsamoro Autonomous Region, but I understand, Mr. Speaker, that we have provided relief assistance to those greatly affected by the Odette. I think the READY program in coordination with the Ministry of Social Services sent mga relief goods sa Surigao po. If I may request, Mr. Speaker, the assistance of the Minister of the SSD, Mr. Speaker, to further enlighten us as to the assistance provided for the Odette, Mr. Speaker.
Actually, nakabigay na nga po yung MSSD at ng coordination, no? Body na between MSSD po at saka MING sa Surigao.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, MSSD provided 25 kilo sacks of rice in the amount of 5,000 sacks. Jerry cans, I think 1,500, 600, and aqua tubs, which will purify the water and make it potable, 3,200 boxes. For READY, they were able to provide 2,000 food packs, and from Tabang, hygiene kits, 1,500 units of hygiene kits. These were sent to Dinagat, Mr. Speaker, since we received a letter asking for assistance. So this is a solidarity humanitarian mission from the Bangsamoro government to Dinagat Island. But we are open to other areas. We will see how much resources we're able to set aside to respond to other communities hit by Odette.
Thank you, MP Jury.
Mr. Sir, tanong ko lang din po, thank you dun sa pagbigay natin sa outside the BAM kasi kahit papano, kapwa pa rin natin yan ng mga Muslim, kahit po natin kapatid natin Kristan, kailangan pa rin natin tulungan. So, ang dito po sa BAM, within the BAM, ang nasalata po dito ng Bagyo na talagang ito po may nakita natin na may naanod yung bahay nila, yung kanilang mga ayam, kalabaw, sapi ay namatay. Meron din mga physical. Sa Lake Salanao po, Municipality of Bubong, Municipality of Buayan, meron din Taraka, Ramain. Dito sa ayat sa atin, sa province of Maguindanao, meron din sa Dato Muntawal, dito sa Parang, meron din. Dito sa Mamasapano, sa may
ano ba yun? Wala nang ginto, nakalimutan ko. Basta dito sa Sultan Kudarat, Municipality. Liguasan Mars pala, Liguasan Mars. So, ako mismo galing doon, talagang malala po yung pagdaan ko sa kanila ng Bagyo Odette kasi yung mga bahay nila, mga naalis, saka napasukan ng tubig. Hanggang ngayon, mayroon yung mga, lalo dun sa Liguasan Mars, nagbakwit yung mga taga doon. So, Mr. Sir, ano mi pong, ako po napagtanungan ng mga barangay rin na ito po yung MSD, ay una po ay nag-report sila. Pero wala pong action. So, ang nahihirapan po yung mga kapatid natin na nasalanta ng bagyo kasi kailangan pa yung requirements. Mr. Sir, umihiling po ako sa mga kapatid natin na tulad po ni Mr. Ministre Atty. Jadore na pagka ganito mga nasalanta ng bagyo, siguro importante na nakikita naman na ibibigay natin yung tulong sa kanila. Kasi kung dadaan pa tayo sa process, baka hindi po kawa po yung mga kapatid natin na Bangsamoro. Kasi kahit sa national government, hindi po nila dinadaanan na gano'n na mag-requirements muna tayo. Kasi nakita natin, ating mahal na Pangulong Rodrigo Roa Duterte, na kailan din, nagpirma siya na 10 billion na ipamimigay, inordinary na mismo ang DBM, na ipamigay yung 10 billion na yan, madaliin, expedite ang pamimigay sa mga brothers natin na Pilipino na nasalantan na audit po. Sana po, Mr. Speaker, ay ganun din tayo. Nakikiusap ako sa mga ministre na sila po ay karapatan magtulong sa mga kapatid natin na Bangsamoro sa within the ground. Ay wag po tayo gumamit na mga tama po, mabibigat na requirements kasi kawawa po sila, Madam Mr. Sir.
Marami pong salamat. Actually, yung nanais po ng ating mga kasamahan, meron po talagang pondo na binibigay na tulong sa ating mga kababayan na nasa lagta. Nandyan po ang REDI, tsaka nandyan po ang MSSD. Gusto ko lang pong hingiin sa ating mga kasamahan na sa interpelasyon, sana po ang ating katanungan ay ukol sa pinag-uusapan po natin dito ang pondo para sa operasyon ng ating rehiyon sa darating na taon na 2022. So baka doon ho tayo muna mag-focus.
Okay,
At any rate, yes po, naiintindihan po natin yung manifestation ni Emperor Bang. Baka ang MSSD, yung mga natulungan niyo po, hindi lang po sa typhoon, yung mga natulungan niyo.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I don't have the more updated data of the relief assistance provided by our provincial offices. The relief assistance to Dinagat was done in the regional level, and therefore that's where the data is, which is more accessible to me. But we have provincial offices in Lanao del Sur and Maguindanao that are providing assistance for Odette affected communities, as well as other natural and human-induced disasters and displacement. So we have responded to Lanao del Sur, particularly in Bubong, I think in Bitsan, Ramain, Taraka, Maging, and Balabagan. I may have missed out other municipalities. As I mentioned, Mr. Speaker, I don't have the updated data. For Maguindanao, we've also provided temporary shelter materials, 25 kilos of rice, food packs, and other necessities to Dato Mantawal, Pagalungan, and Gindulugan affected barangays in these places, Mr. Speaker.
Sultan Bang.
Okay, thank you rin ma'am. Sana ay mabigyan agad na agarang pag-aksyon sa inyo pong ministry kasi kayo po ang kayo po ay nakatang sa mga problema na regarding that to the bagyaw o calamity. So, Mr. Speaker, ang third tanong ko po, sa Chief Minister ba, wala po nakalaan talaga na pagka ganitong mangyari, calamity. Kasi naintindihan ko po kayo, ang kailangan po natin itanong dito, dito, yung regarding po sa pinag-usapan natin ngayon, pero kasama po ito. Wala po ba na kung ito nasa latatan ng Bagyaw? Hindi po ba tayo yung tulad na ginagawa ng ating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte na iba pa yung pagbigay dun sa mga agency na mayroon talaga siyang pinupush. Tulad po ng Presidente, nag-order po siya sa DBM na madalin yung 10 billion ay pamigay sa mga nasalatan na Bagyaw, Mr. Speaker.
Divides.
Mr. Speaker, in addition to the programs or special programs allocated with fund under the OCM, especially the tabang in the ambag, we have provided provisions on the quick response fund, Mr. Speaker, as our compliance to DILG, DBM budgetary requirements as required by the organic law, Mr. Speaker. So meron ho tayong specific allocations on the quick response fund, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, for question, Mr. Speaker, dalawa lang natitira, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, katitext lang sa akin at sa atin ng mga kapatid natin na Mujahideen. With due respect po, kaya nga po nababangkit po natin ito dahil as a member of parliament, siguro sa 41 lang, hindi lang naman sila ang natatanong ng mga kapatid natin sa ground, mga Mujahideen, Mujahidat. So ito yung 2022 po, ang tinatanong nila, ano po yung, para sila, ano yung para sa kanila? Ano po yung pamumuhay o tulong na maibigay natin sa kanila? Like po dun sa, I understand, naitindihan po natin yung decommissioning. Kada nag-decommissioning ay nakatanggap na tagwa 100,000. Kailan ba nila matatanggap yung sinasabi natin na 1 million? O mayroon pa bang others na matatanggap nila, Mr. Speaker, ngayon 2022 dahil nasa UL 1154 na kada taon ay nadidagdagan ng ating block grant, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I think there are programs that may address the concerns of our combatants. There is Tugon or there's a Tugon, a housing project that specifically targets our combatants. I think the MSS has also programs on the combatants. MPOS, as mentioned before, Mr. Speaker, meron ho silang programs on the transformation. But MSS, they can provide enlightenment, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Raisa, to Judy.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, for 2022, included in the BEP under MSSD is a program for parasocial workers in all barangays in the Bangsamoro. And these parasocial workers will be taken in as volunteers with some kind of honorarium also, so that they can work together with MSSD in providing social services to their communities. These parasocial workers have been trained and they are from the ranks of the MILF, Mr. Speaker. Most of them are from the DWAB or the Social Welfare Committee, Mr. Speaker.
Huli mo pong katanungan, meron ka pang isang huling katanungan, no?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Wala bang, hindi, tinatanong lang po, ito po yung wala bang pwede ba maki-identify lang kung ano ba talaga nakalaan sa mga Mujahideen, Mujahidat? Gusto ko lang siguro on record po ito, Mr. Speaker, kasi alam ko po na hindi lang po, tulad po na sinabi ko, hindi lang po yung 41 na natatanungan nila, kung pati tayo ng side of government na 39 po.
Mr. Speaker, in addition...
Pag-identify lang, Mr. Speaker. Thank you po.
Mr. Speaker, before that, in addition, Mr. Speaker, yung scholarship program po under MOST or MDHT, Mr. Speaker, meron ng specific allocation not to the combatants but to the children of the combatants who may not be enjoying special privileges. So we are allocating scholarship programs to these children of the combatants, Mr. Speaker. As to the listing of the programs, Mr. Speaker, na-mention na ho ng MSSD, but we can provide the good sultan ho of the listing of the programs under MSSD, Mr. Speaker.
Meron pong mga programa at may mga scholarship. Ang gobyerno po ng BARM ay led by the MILF. Alam po nila yung community nila. So sila po talaga yung nakakaintindi. May programa po doon, Sultan, magbibigay po sa iyo ng listahan. So marami pong salamat sa iyong mga katanungan.
Meron pang isa, Mr. Speaker, pasensya lang po. Importante po ito. Mr. Speaker, last question ko po. Tayo po, Member of Parliament sa ground. Like sa programa po na health. Ang health po, nagustuhan ko po yung programa nila kasi may programa sila na medical mission. Ngayon, yung medical mission na yan, papunta dun sa mga barangay o municipality, tayo po Member of Parliament, tayo po mag-request sa kanila. Kasi kagandahan po yung programa po na health. Tayo ang mag-request na tayo ang, kasi alam ko 1 million nakalaan doon, nabasa ko doon sa mino ng health, na tayo ang mag-implement kasi tayo ang nakakaalam. Papunta tayo doon sa barangay, municipality, tayo ang nakakaalam kung sino na nangangailangan doon sa tulong na health na medical mission. Like ba sa mga ministry at saka sa mga bagong ministry o director, ano ba ang mga programa nila? Like ito po, napansin ko rin po si Senior Minister Abdurrahman Makakwa na ang ginagawa niya, yung mga parliament na nag-request sa kanya sa RISE ay na kahit hindi natin makuha yung gusto natin na ipamigay doon natin sa ground, mga kababayan natin, ay kahit pa paano nakakaingit sa kanya ng RISE, wala po ba tayo ganon na ang ginagawa na health, ginagawa ni Abdurrahman Makakwa? Kasi yun po yung magandang tularan, Mr. Speaker, sa ating mga ministry.
Yes, before I ask the good Deputy Minister, I have to call for one for suspension first. The session suspended. Session resumed. Still have the floor, MP Sultan, for your last manifestation.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Una po, nagpapasalamat ako sa Member of Parliament, Bangsamoro Government, o sa ating mga staff na nagpapagod sila. At sa distin ko po sa ating mga brothers na mga ministry, na alam ko po na sa inyo po ang puso ang pagtulong sa mamamayan ng Bangsamoro. Pero galingan po natin, isipin natin yung masakit, ang isipin natin yung dibdib natin, yung tayo mismo, kung tayo makaranas na hindi maganda, kung gawin natin yan sa kasama natin sa Bangsamoro. Magtulungan na lang tayo, bawat ministry, pagbigay nyo kami mga member of parliament na makahingi sa inyo ng mga request para po matulungan namin kayo mag-implement. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the suspension of this session until 1:30.
1 o'clock.
1 o'clock, 1 o'clock this afternoon.
Session is
1 o'clock.
Session suspended. Session resumed. Majority Leader, we left off during the period of
Yes,
period of
Mr.
debate
S-
interpellation.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Do you have a
Uh,
list of the lineup?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. But before that, Mr. Speaker, I would like to remind the members of the Parliament like to interpolate to, yes, to as much as possible, huwag na po natin pahabain masyado, no, yung interpellation and debate. And if we can be answered during the period of amendment, direct to the period of amendment talaga tayo. Yun po ang panawagan ko sa mga kasamahan natin kung yung interpellation natin or yung debate natin ay masasagot naman sa period of amendment, direct na tayo sa period of amendment para ma-shorten natin itong period of interpellation and debate. Para ma-aprobahan na po natin. Yes, then i-close na natin. Mr. Speaker, but before that, 1 minute suspension, Mr. Speaker.
Session suspended. Session resumed. We're still under the period of debate and interpellation. Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I have a list here. So, kung wala po dito ay sorry, no? We have to proceed. First on the list, Mr. Speaker, is MP Rasul Ismail. May we respectfully request MP Rasul Ismail.
The gentleman from Maguindanao, MP Rasul Deres Ismail, is recognized. Please proceed, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In compliance with the statement made kanina ng Majority Leader, yung 9 question ko, inano ko na lang sa 2. Now, Mr. Speaker, kagaya nung na-raise ko kanina, I am here to question or to make or gusto kong ma-explain sa plenary ito kung ano na po yung mga status ng mga TDIF ng bawat kasama na members of parliament. Kasi tayo po sa ngayon ay nasa 3 taon na ng ating pagsiservisyo sa Bangsamoro. And personally, yung sa akin, no, yung sa TDIF ko, yung sa MPW po ay walang problema. No? Ngunit yung sa MAPAR, no, nagkaroon medyo may kabagalan. And as per dialogue ko sa mga kasama ko, may mga kasama na hanggang ngayon same problem nila. And second issue na I would like to raise is yung about sa SDF, no? Ano po ba or sino or ano yung characteristics or ano yung mga requirements, no, para maka-avail yung Bangsamoro nung proyekto na charge sa SDF. At yung TWG, ano po yung kanilang mga batayan sa pag-approve at disapprove ng mga project na sinasabit sa kanila. Yun lang po, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Deputy Minister Prakasem.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, on the SDF, as we have appropriated, I think 2 or a month ago, it requires submission from the identified implementing ministries and offices, Mr. Speaker. So the ministries and offices will identify what project activities or programs that they want to be funded by the TDIF. From these projects or from this list of PAPs, Mr. Speaker, the DPTA as the Secretariat will consolidate the proposal, Mr. Speaker, to be approved by the Policy Board, which is now the Technical Working Group, Mr. Speaker. So the proposals for the SDF SDF will originate from the identified implementing ministries and offices. The listing will be subjected to the approval of the Policy Board and eventually by the Chief Minister. From the approved list of the PAPs, Mr. Speaker, each identified implementing ministry and office will now request the necessary fund from the MFBM, to which the MFBM will issue the necessary SARO or Special Allotment Release Order and the NCA for the funding requirements, Mr. Speaker. From this issued NCA and SARO, the Bangsamoro Treasury Office will now initiate the fund transfer of the amounts required in the SDF to the identified implementing ministry, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, proceed if you have further questions.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask the resource person. In my case, I remember nung 2020, October 28 or 29, we received a memo from the Chief Minister na mag-list ng mga proposed SDF projects. And on that list, I complied. We submitted proposed projects. And masaya naman ako na after a month or two, meron reply na doon sa mga proposed project ko, merong na-approve. And that was November of 2020. So, ngayon, ang tanong ko po sa ating resource person, na-approve siya and mag-almost 2 years na or more than a year, wala pa rin pong update. No? So, sana po, magkaroon tayo makaisip po tayo ng scheme na paano mapabilis, no? Yung, especially, yung mga proposed project, especially ano po ng mga member of parliament.
For the record, the MP Bides is not a resource person. He is our colleague. So he is the principal author and the main proponent of this bill. We will refer to him as the proponent or the principal sponsor and not the resource person. Thank you. Please proceed. For the record, please proceed, the MP Bides.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, we have to understand, Mr. Speaker, that the appropriations we did for the SDF initially told the implementation of the programs because we have to go through the process of identifying and formalizing the list of the programs, activities, and projects from that SDF, Mr. Speaker. So 2 months ago, I think we have appropriated the SDF appropriation both for the 2020 and 2021. So that the process now requires the re-identification of the programs, activities, and projects that will require the approval of the newly constituted TWG, which is chaired by the senior minister, which will identify the list of the programs subject for approval by the Chief Minister, Mr. Speaker. But we take note of the manifestation of the good gentleman from Cotabato City to fast-track the implementation of the Special Development Fund, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, please proceed for your last.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question po sa ating main proponent. On the case ng mga ating settler communities, yung kanilang pondo for the year 2022. Saan po ba na lodge ito? Is it doon sa Office of the Chief Minister or doon sa contingency fund for 2022?
I understand that the settlers community is not yet formally operationalized, Mr. Speaker. The NOSCA was issued to the head, and I think there's already an appointment made to the head. They have already submitted their budget proposal, Mr. Speaker. However, we were not able to conduct the technical budget hearing to include their proposal in time for the Bangsamoro expenditure program, Mr. Speaker. However, for the necessary personal services complement or requirement of that office, Mr. Speaker, we have specifically put in a special provision saying that the personal services requirement of offices, including that of the settlers communities, will be taken from the miscellaneous personal benefit fund, Mr. Speaker. On the operating expenses for the MOOE and capital outlay of that office, this can actually be taken from the contingent fund, Mr. Speaker. So meaning, Mr. Speaker, they have to go through the process first of the technical budget hearing before MFBM can finally identify how much shall be allocated to this office, Mr. Speaker. Having not been conducted, the issue now on the fund can be addressed by the special provisions both of the MTBF and the contingent fund, Mr. Speaker.
Further, yes, last follow-up question.
Last question, Mr. Speaker. May I ask the main proponent, how much will be the TDIF of its MP for the year 2022?
Session suspended. Question issue. You have your last manifestation, MP Rasul.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Bale, sa pong uling appeal sa leadership ng government of the day na alam niyo po, tayo po ay isang parang maliit na kongreso, no? Na kung ano natin sa national, no? Tayo yung parang congress. And to make comparison of it, no? Ang bulwagang ito po yung power of the purse. No? Dito, sa bulwagang ito, tayo po yung maka-make and unmake. So, ako po, yan lang po ang aking appeal sa ating mga leader na sana po, lahat tayo, kanya-kanya po tayong may constituency. Kanya-kanya pong mga tao natin ang nag-expect sa atin na tayo po ay more or less na makadeliver ng services na para sa kanila. And we are in that pangatlong taon na po natin ito. And we cannot 100% sure na makalawa next month, tayo pa rin ang nakatayo rito. So, maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker. Maraming salamat, Mr. Proponent.
Thank you, MP Inderes. Do we have I have the identical list of your
Yes, Mr.
legislators,
Speaker.
majority
Yes,
leaders.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, so we proceed
To
with the
MP,
gentleman from Basilan, MP Satar. MP Satar. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Mr. Speaker, my question is item under number page 45 po, sa NDST.
Proceed, Your Honor.
Specifically on MOOE, as I go through with the different MOEs, the different division offices under the MBHT, ay papansin ko po ay may tumaas, may bumaba. For example, sa Basilan Division Office, medyo bumaba po ng konti ang kanilang MOE from last year. Ganon din sa Lamitan, Sulu, Tawi-Tawi, Maguindanao, Lanao, Suwan, and Marawi, except Division of Cotabato City, tumaas siya, including the Division of Special Geographic Area, yung 63 barangays. Ang tanong ko po, unang-una, anong formula ang ginamit ng MBHT in granting the MOEs to the different offices?
Mr. Speaker, the NFBM actually enhanced the Bongkodin formula on the computation of the school's MOOE, Mr. Speaker. So we have considered the number of the students as well as the classrooms and the teachers, Mr. Speaker. We have allocated traveling expenses, and then we also include the training and scholarship expenses for each there's a traveling expenses allocated to each teacher amounting to 10,000, training and scholarship expenses amounting to 10,000 each. Then there's a supplies and materials for schools. That's 5,000 times the number of field positions. Cash allowance of 5,000 times the number of field teaching positions. School supplies for learners, that's 400 pesos times number of learners. For the utility expenses, Mr. Speaker, there is an electricity expense computed at 100 kilowatt times 10 times number of field positions. Water expenses both for the drinking and other type of water, Mr. Speaker. Communication expenses is also provided amounting to 30,000 per number times the number of schools. General services broken down into janitorial services is allocated with 1,000 times number of schools times 12 months. Security services is equal to 1,000 times number of schools times 12 months. There's also a repairs and maintenance expenses allocated with 6,000 times number of classroom. And then representation expenses amounting to 450 pesos times the number of field teaching positions, Mr. Speaker. The good gentleman from Basilan noticed that there is a decrease on the MOOE on the district of Basilan. Mr. Speaker, this is due to the fact that unfilled positions related to the division of Basilan is not reflected here in the order but in the education.
Yung unfilled positions, sabi niyo po, Mr. Speaker, is more teachers. But in terms of enrollees, I have a data that there was an increase, significant increase actually in terms of number of enrollees. For example, sa approved Bangsamoro expenditure program last year, ang enrollees actually is umabot ng 53,146 yung enrollees ng school year 2020-2021. Then ngayon, it increased to 56,404 ang enrollees. If we apply the Bongkodin formula, school times number of teachers times number of enrollees and so on and so forth, ibig sabihin, dapat mag-increase din po yung MOE, hindi mag-decrease. That's my answer, my question, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, as I have said, the school's MOE is computed based on some variable figures, Mr. Speaker, based on the data submitted by the MBHTE for 2021. For 2021, the number of teaching positions in Basilan is total to 1,411. However, it went down to 1,236, Mr. Speaker. The difference is not reflected in the MOOE of the Division of Basilan, but is reflected in the education response, Mr. Speaker. So, while bumabaho siya, yung difference can actually be found in the education program with allocation of 347 million, Mr. Speaker. So, hindi lang ho natin reflect yung difference since it is based on the field positions, but the difference is still found in the depth of the MDHTA, Mr. Speaker. So the fund remains pa rin po, Mr. Speaker. Only that it was not properly classified under the Division of Basilan, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, can you guide MP Satar on the Parliament which specific page is the educational assistance?
Under the same page, Mr. Speaker, page 45 of our PEP. The last fourth item, Mr. Speaker.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May we request from the Mr. Speaker for the utilization rate of the budget for the MSP specifically on MOE? And may we know the exact amount?
As of October 31, Mr. Speaker, this is just based on the report submitted to NFDM. However, I understand that there is already a change in the data since this is as of October 31. The MOO's utilization rate is at 36.75%, Mr. Speaker.
Only 36.720.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
That's according to the October data.
October 31 data, Mr. Speaker.
So it might even increase since then.
Mr. Speaker, based on November data, Mr. Speaker, the utilization rate for MOOE is at 42.44%.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Next question is under the Madaris program, Mr. Speaker. Still under item number 46. Pwede po i-flash natin ang proposed budget sa Madaris. Number 46, page 46 rather.
Yes, what is the question po, MP Satar?
Ang question po unang-una is, according to this proposed budget, ang Madaris program natin, Madaris Education Services, ang PS is 2,600,823.04. Tapos naman, ang MOE is 1,146,576,925,000. Then under capital outlay is 600,290. Equivalent of a total of 1.149 billion 238.038.04. Last budget po kasi nakita ko wala yung capital outlay. Ang unang tanong ngayon is under this budget, ano po ang panggamitan ng 600 million 290 600,290 para sa capital outlay ng Madaris Education. Para saan po?
Mr. Speaker, the 600,290 is for the capital outlay of the Madaris sector under NDHTE. This pertains to the office equipments and other machineries, Mr. Speaker, that may be needed exclusively for the Madaris education, Mr. Speaker. But under the general administrative services, Mr. Speaker, there can be additional machineries and equipment that may be provided in addition to the 600,000, Mr. Speaker.
ito po ba ay ginagamit sa regional office or sa division office?
This is used for the Madaris. So not just in the regional office, but may also be used to the field office, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Maraming salamat po dahil ang mga Madaris coordinators natin ay nagsasabi wala silang mga equipments. At least dito po masusolve na sa budget na to. Number 2 on MOE po, nakalagay is 1.146 billion. Ano naman ang items na under this MOE na panggagamitan po ng pera na to, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, under the Madaris as a Teach program, which is provided with 1.1 billion, in the Madaris as a Teach program, meron ho tayong professional services amounting to 16,200. I think this is provided, or this will be provided to our 4,868 po na mga Madaris teachers ho. So they are to enjoy 16,200 per month as part of their professional services. In addition, there will be a training component amounting to 10,000 per Madaris teacher ho, Mr. Speaker. Under the Madaris standards and provision, Mr. Speaker, which is allocated with 138,130,000, there will be a financial assistance amounting to 5,000 to 27,626 beneficiaries, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yung nabanggit niyo po kanina that will be allocated for the 4,600 plus SATICs. Tama po ba?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Nakita ko po ang last year na target natin ay nasa 4,868 din po. Ang tanong ko, ilan pong na-hire natin na SATICs for last year?
While the MDHC tech staff is preparing the data, Mr. Speaker, I understand that the entire 4,868 has not yet been completely filled up, Mr. Speaker.
But we have already hired, no? We have already hired substantial number of SATICs.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I have a data na binigay sa akin. Gusto ko lang i-confirm kung tama to. Sa 2020, ang na-hire natin is nasa 117. Tapos plus 98 yung for this year, Mr. Speaker. Tama po ba?
Mr. Speaker, based on the data provided to me by the tech staff of the MBHTE, for year 2020, MBHTE was able to hire 1,503 ASATIDs. Then in 2021, 2,475 ASATIDs, Mr. Speaker.
So in other words, ilan po sila lahat, Mr. Speaker?
3,978, Mr. Speaker.
Pwede po makaprovide, Mr. Speaker, ng kopya ng mga hired na ISR teachers natin from 2020 at saka 2021. At least para ma-confirm natin, hindi lang po nagbibigay ng figure na ganito, pero wala tayong basihan na ito po ba ang talagang na-hire. Kasi ang dami pong mga ASATIDs teachers na natin gustong magturo, ngunit hindi po sila na-hire, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, we will require the MBHTE to provide us the list of the hired ASATIDs.
Thank you. Salamat, Mr. Speaker. And I hope bukas may bigay po yung number na yun. Kaya this afternoon, Mr. Speaker. Pangatlong tanong po, Mr. Speaker, yung support to Madaris. Unang-una, integrated madrasa o pilot madrasa. Meron po ba tayo? Kasama din po ba ang turil at traditional madrasa? Kasi kung titignan natin po under the Bangsamoro Education Code, meron support para sa kanila.
Mr. Speaker, pending the issuance of the IRR of the Bangsamoro Education Code, wala pa ho tayong napoprovide na fund for this particular sector, Mr. Speaker. The IRR has not yet been issued, Mr. Speaker.
So in that case, wala po tayong subsidy pala sa kanila, Mr. Speaker.
For the turil and the likes,
integrated madrasa, traditional madrasa.
Those madrasas, the madrasas that are run privately, no?
Privately, opo.
Privately. So it's still under the IRR, no?
Am I correct? Mr. Speaker, those Madaris institutions offering programs that are recognized by the Department of Education or DHTE are enjoying assistance already, Mr. Speaker.
Those tourils that are run privately but accredited by MDTHE, no, accredited. They need to file for accreditation, no.
The programs must be accredited, Mr.
Yes,
Speaker.
that is
So
correct.
these Turil or Madaris institutions are actually included in the 2022 BEP, Mr.
Yes.
Speaker. Only those with accredited programs.
Yes, with
Mr. Speaker.
accreditation.
Sa last year po, I mean this year, Mr. Speaker, ilan po, Mr. Speaker, ang nabigyan ng subsidy sa mga integrated madrasa na registered po sa LST?
Mr. Speaker, I was just told that or reminded that meron ho tayong binibigay na 5,000 per learner ho into this institution. So na nag-o-offer ho ng programs that are accredited, Mr. Speaker. So,
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Ang tanong ko po is ilan sila? Alam ko po yun, 5,000 nakalagay po sa subsidy na yun.
based on the allocation, Mr. Speaker, they number to 27,626 individuals.
Number of madrasa po ang tinatanong natin.
64 madaris po, Mr. Speaker.
Ilan po ang from different offices, Mr. Speaker?
Just to be fair, do you have a technical staff support from MBTHE there? Because these are very detailed questions.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, proceed, MP Bakasin.
Mr. Speaker,
do you have a support staff from MBTHE?
yes, Mr.
around?
Mr. Speaker, support staff of the DHT are here. However, I did not grasp po.
The question is
the
how
question.
many tourils, no?
Yes.
Accredited tourils
madrasa po.
that are enjoying support from the MBTHE now. Accredited tourils. Or where are they? You said 64, no? Saan nata? That's the question.
To be specific, Mr. Speaker, para madali, sa Basilan po, ilan ang nabigyan na subsidy na integrated madrasa?
Mr. Speaker, the tech staff is still trying to find the specific allocations, Mr. Speaker. But overall, there are 64 madaris enjoying these benefits, Mr. Speaker. But we are trying to find the exact number, Mr. Speaker, to which we can provide to the two gentlemen from.
Mr. Speaker, para mapadali, can we ask also for the data para bukas po at matignan natin kung ilan? Because
Yes.
as far as I remember, sa Basilan po, ang dami ng integrated madrasa ay nasa 20 plus during the arm time. At nabibigyan nyo ng subsidy lahat. May nagsabi sa akin, 2 o 3 lang sila nabigyan last year. Kaya gusto ko lang ma-confirm kung totoo po yun, Mr. Speaker. Kasi ang tanong ko, kung nabigyan sila noon, bakit hindi nabigyan? Mr. Speaker.
So do you have the data right? Do you have the data right now in your possession, or do you need more time to get the data, and maybe we can provide Episatar with those data, no? Okay lang po sa inyo.
Okay lang po, kahit bukas, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, bakit maski bukas na lang din?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. But for the record, under the Madaris Standards and Provision for the Division of Basilan, meron hong, based on the data submitted by FHTE, meron hong number of madrasa na 11 with enrollees na 957, of which 10 yung or in addition, 9 ho yung with PTO with enrollees of 957, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, kailangan po natin yung data pa rin, Mr. Speaker, para bukas.
Okay, we will provide you
Salamat.
the data tomorrow. You have further question po?
Yes, meron
Senator?
po, Mr. Speaker. Balik tayo doon sa live na sa pitch natin na ang target natin ay nasa 4,000, ngunit ngayon ay nasa 2,000 lang. Yun nga po, ang sabi natin is ang dami na nilang na-train noon. In fact, umabot na sila ng 5 years, 7 years na nagtuturo, ngunit hindi sila na-rehire ulit during the farm period po, Mr. Speaker. Yung mga yon ay pumasa din ng examination. Galing pa po yon sa national government na nagbigay sa kanila. Pero hindi rin sila nakasali, Mr. Speaker.
Wait, MP Pakasim, to be fair, are you...
Mr. Speaker, I think
are you authorized to, or are you competent to answer these questions?
I think my point, Mr. Speaker, I think the good minister of the basic higher technical education is also listening to this conversation, Mr. Speaker. So
Yes,
perhaps he can.
I know, because your concern is for the budget, and as to the hiring, this calls for an administrative process. That's why I'm asking. I don't think you're competent to answer these questions, no?
That is why I will request the assistance of the good minister so far as that concern is.
Yes. Anyway, my concern naman, Mr. Speaker, is may quota naman nasa 4,600 plus. Tapos ang na-hire natin ay nasa 2,000 lang. So bakit hindi gawan ng paraan, Mr. Speaker, na para mapunuan yung quota na yon na may budget naman? Otherwise, masasayang din po yung budget, Mr. Speaker. May babalik lang na hindi magagamit ng ating mga assets, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, again, MP Bites, you may or you may not answer the question because I believe you're not competent to answer these questions, no? But this is a very, it's very, very important questions. May I call for a 1 minute suspension? Session suspended. Before we proceed, I just want to correct myself. I just want to say that in no way do I question the competency of the main proponent. What I'm saying is he is not in the right position to answer administrative questions. No? So we are very lucky that we have the Minister of MBTHE. Maybe we can direct that question to him, and he can supplement the answers that were already provided to us by the Deputy Minister of MBTHE. The good Minister of MBTHE, I'm MP Bal, you recognize, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, MP Qatar, for asking the question. It's a very relevant question that has to be answered right here, the whole of this August body. Well, we are supposed to hire around 4,800 something. I cannot be very specific on numbers because I don't have the data with me right now. But according to the funding requirement, we have to hire more than 4,000 mudaris. We are starting to use the word mudaris rather than asatiz. I think asatiz is equivalent to professor. Mudaris is teacher. That 4,800 something, or more or less, is corresponding to the number of the schools in the BARM, minus Cotabato City and the 63 barangays. So far, for the hiring for 2020 and 2021, practically we are able to arrive at a figure corresponding to the number of schools in Basilan, in Maguindanao, in Cotabato City, Basilan, Lanao, Marawi, and Maguindanao. Because we have a lot of college graduates. But unfortunately, we're not able to hire the number of mudaris corresponding to the number of schools in tawi-tawi and Sulu because we lack college graduates in those provinces. So that's why, if you look at the number, we're able to hire mudaris to the tune of 3,978 only. Only 3,978 only. Because we lack college graduates in Arabic or in Islamic studies in Sulu and tawi-tawi. But we do not want to deprive our brothers in those areas, in those provinces. So I have already tasked our lawyers to come up with a very special program or project, lowering the qualification standard from college graduate to high school graduate, specifically for the provinces of Sulu and tawi-tawi, excluding the other provinces and cities. It's only for tawi-tawi and Sulu. This is the reason why we are not able to cope up with the supposed number of mudaris to be hired in the entire BARM. So that's the reason, that's the answer to your question, Your Honor.
Thank you so much for that profound answer, Mr. Speaker. At least meron tayong gagawing paraan kung paano po ma-accommodate yung ibang ustads na hindi college graduate. Pero sa Basilan, actually, ang dami pa pong college graduate na gustong pumasok sa programa na to na hindi pa rin nakapasok. Ayun din po, sana mabigyan din sila ng chance. Yung sabi ko nga is, may quota naman and then may budget tayo, bakit po hindi natin samantalahin itong budget na to para sa mga ustads natin. In fact, kung ako po ang mag-suggest, sana ay at least ang i-hire natin na ustads for every school sa Asatits is pinakamababa ay T2 from kindergarten to grade 6. So in other words, kung i-multiply natin to different barangays, abot po yan ng 18,000 kailangan natin na Asatits na magtuturo dyan. Kung funding nga ang pag-uusapan, tingin ko wala pong problema. Anyway, unti-untiin po natin. Ayun nga, sabi ko is merong paraan na gagawin ng MHT kung paano po ma-accommodate yung ibang Asatits na gusto magturo na meron naman quota nakalagay. Third question po is, Mr. Speaker, sa PS po. Itong 2 million. Right. Yes, 2 million po, Mr. Speaker. Ito po ba ay sa regional office ng Bureau of Salaries Education personnel?
Mr. Speaker, the PS is specific to the Bureau of Madaris Bureau of Madaris as a sector under NDHC, Mr. Speaker.
Ilang number of personnels po, Mr. Speaker, nang ma-accommodate ng 2 million na to?
MP Satar, may we ask that we wrap up our questions po para mas mapabilis yung ating proseso.
Bilis naman po yung pag-question, Mr. Speaker. Siguro yung answer lang ang inaantay natin.
Yes. And we would just allow others pa to interpolate, no? Maybe we can accommodate at least one last follow-up question po.
Dalawa na lang po, Mr.
Opo.
Speaker.
Yes,
35 personal services requirement.
Lahat po ba ay puno na, Mr. Speaker? Yung personal service na lang?
The 35 position is not yet completely filled up, Mr. Speaker. There are still unfilled positions, Mr. Speaker.
Salamat, Mr. Speaker, and I hope mapunuan na yon. Second to the last, Mr. Speaker. Meron po tayong mga pending na bills ngayon sa creation ng establishment ng hospitals. Di po ba? In fact, sa akin lang mismo meron na sa Tabuan Lasa. Meron po ba tayong allocation na para sa mga pending na hospitals na yun kung sakali mang ma-approve po next year, Mr. Speaker? At saan natin kukunin ang funding?
Mr. Speaker, we cannot specifically allocate to positions that are yet to be created, especially for the hospitals, because only then, or it's only after the legislation increasing possibly the bed capacity of certain hospital that we can allocate personal services. However, in our special provisions under the MPBF, the fiscal space reserved for that part may be used for the creation of positions, including that of the hospitals, Mr. Speaker.
Salamat, Mr. Speaker. And finally, request po para din bukas sana mabigyan tayo ng utilization rate po ng lahat ng funding ng Madaris for this year po, Mr. Speaker. Maraming salamat.
Thank you very much, MP Satar. We proceed with MP, the gentleman from Maguindanao, MP Zulkarnain Abbas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, 2 queries lang po para mabilis. First is yung tungkol po sa aming opisina. We have proposed a budget for the PSMOE component of the SGA Field Health Office po sana. But it was not granted. May I ask po, Mr. Honorable Speaker, kung ano po yung reason kung bakit hindi po siya napasok doon po sa ating budget.
Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Health did not submit any attachment to the request, Mr. Speaker.
Abbas. They did not submit now. Can you repeat your question po?
Mr. Speaker, this pertains to the personal services request. So when we had the technical budget hearing, Mr. Speaker, there were no attachments enumerating or detailing the personal services requirement, Mr. Speaker. So we have not included that in the Bangsamoro expenditure program.
Okay. So, question po, Mr. Speaker, is pwede po ba natin ipasok yun doon po sa contingency fund for special provisions for contingency fund?
Mr. Speaker, again, the miscellaneous personal benefit fund as part of our special purpose fund is allocated to positions that may be created, Mr. Speaker. So there is a reserved fiscal space for all positions that may be created.
So yun na po, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Abbas. MP Udja. I will ask the interpellators to go directly to the question.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker. For two questions lang or sort of recommendations, Mr. Speaker. First, on the point with the newly created authority or office, it's a good news for the Bangsamoro people to have this Bangsamoro Pilgrimage Authority, which assumes responsibility, administrative and supervisory responsibility, I suppose, from the National Commission on Muslim Filipinos. We expect that a lot of hujjaj or prospective hujjaj to come this 2022 shall this pilgrimage be opened by the government of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. By that valid presumption, I would like to ask the proponent of the Bangsamoro Appropriation Act if there is still a way to increase the budget of 50 million for that authority.
Mr. Speaker, we understand that the Bangsamoro Pilgrimage Authority is still faced with challenges, especially that certain issues regarding the exercise of its jurisdiction is yet to be discussed with the intergovernmental relations body to which the National Commission on Muslim Filipinos failed to attend, Mr. Speaker. The resolution of that issue is important in the operations of the Bangsamoro Pilgrimage Authority, Mr. Speaker. However, we have actually provided special provisions related to the Bangsamoro Pilgrimage Authority, especially on the Hajj and Umrah administration and supervision. So this is reflected as part of the special provision. The determination of the funding requirements is to be done later part when the issues on exercise of jurisdiction is finally settled with the intergovernmental relations body, Mr. Speaker. So meron hong special provisions on Hajj and Umrah administration and supervision, as well as the requirement for the revolving funds for Hajj administration and supervision, Mr. Speaker.
So for the record, Mr. Speaker, given that we have that supplementary budget, I would like to recommend for the record the increase of allotment or allocation for the Pilgrimage Authority of the Bangsamoro from 50 million to 75 million, if it could be done in between.
In the proper time, I believe, MP Ujat, we can discuss that in the period of amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Second point, on the technical higher education allocation for the 2022, specifically on the technical school or college in our province of Sulu, the Haji Boto School of Arts and Trade, and the Lapak Agricultural College in the Siasi Pandami. As we look into the capital outlay and the MOOA, I think thanks to the good minister for having that allocation, in consideration of the plight of Habsat and that of Lapak in terms of needs and demands of the constituents of the two technical colleges, we as well recommend through the supplemental budgeting to increase the MOA or specifically on the capital outlay for the school, because I think the people from the ministry have witnessed by themselves how Habsat is look like today. That needs complete or general renovation in terms of buildings and other machineries required, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, there's the capital outlay for HDSAT for 2022 decreased because we already allocated certain fund in 2020. So in fact, nauna hong pinprioritize ni HDSAT in the capital outlay last 2020, or fiscal 2020, Mr. Speaker.
So there was already a funding for the. For
Yes,
this.
Mr. Speaker, as prioritized by the Ministry of Education.
Thank you. Do you have further?
Yes, manifestation, Mr. Speaker, that given that allotment for the technical colleges in our province, we expect that as early as first quarter, or at least, or at most the second quarter of the fiscal year 2022, that implementation of those appropriated allotments shall be started so that it will be completed in the year 2022 or to 2023. Thank you very much, Mr.
Thank
Speaker.
you. Thank you, MP Uja. MP Romeo Saliga.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have some clarification with our committee report number 155, Mr. Speaker. This is concerning our indigenous peoples, or especially our Ministry for Indigenous Peoples Affairs. I saw the indicators as stipulated in the printed report, Mr. Speaker. It seems there are other indicators that were not included, but I suppose it was being accomplished by NIPA. Why are they not included? Like, part of the function of NIPA are to issue tribal marriage, certificate of tribal membership. But when I look at the indicator, they were not included. So this is very important, Mr. Speaker, because it seems that NIPA are doing nothing. Well, in fact, they have spent resources and, of course, spend effort on these services of the ministry, Mr. Speaker. So why are they not included?
Mr. Speaker, the process of reflecting the performance indicator is that the ministries or office will be the one to submit to MFBM the indicators, Mr. Speaker. So we did not actually deliberate on the performance indicators as submitted the ministry or office. However, upon the approval of the expenditure program at the cabinet level, Mr. Speaker, we recommended to the ministries and offices to revise their performance indicators, Mr. Speaker. But there was also a manifestation at the committee hearing, Mr. Speaker, to revise the performance indicator, so noticed by some members of the committee, Mr. Speaker. Unfortunately, there was no revision yet submitted by the NIPA, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you for that, Mr. Speaker. Because in addition also to that indicators, I really want to face this issue, Mr. Speaker, because I want really to inform this this August body that NIPA is really doing their function, as contrary to some others says that they are doing nothing. I think because I learned from the committee deliberation some concerns regarding NIPA. So this one, I at least will help them show that really NIPA is doing their job. Like another indicator that I did not see in the report is concerning the FPIC process. I know a lot of development companies are already entering the areas of the IP, and one indicator should have been the certificate issued by NIPA allowing the entry of these development companies in the areas of indigenous peoples. So the other, Mr. Speaker, I think I don't, the proponent does not need to answer this because
I think yes, with due respect, MP Romeo, again, this is another administrative issue, no?
Yeah, that's why, Mr. Speaker,
So
I think
we should
the proponent
should stick to the BEP 2022.
Yes.
Please
proponent
proceed with your
need to
question.
respond to that, Mr. Speaker. On the budget, Mr. Speaker, why is it that only 2 service center instead of 6, at least 1 community service center for each province were granted for MIPA? Because the strength of MIPA actually is in its service center, where most of the indigenous communities, they can access easily the services of the ministry. If it is just within the regional center, sorry to say it, MIPA could not really be felt on the ground. So we need more service center on the ground. That's why in the amendment states later, Mr. Speaker, I want to really propose that we should have at least 1 community service center for each provinces, so that MIPA can really be effective in delivering its services to the indigenous communities, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, we understand. But if that is the intention of the gentleman, I would suggest that he avail of the period of amendment so that we can discuss that proposal.
Yes, I just floated it early,
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, so
Thank
that
you.
later I can return back to this.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Thank you, MP Romeo Saliga. MP Mawalil, gentleman from Sulu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. From tawi-tawi, Mr. Speaker.
I am sorry. The gentleman from tawi-tawi. Sorry kasi you're the great grandson of the one of the sultans of Sulu, so I presume you're from that area.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask on the programs and projects that are allotted for specifically for the province of, for my province, for the province of Tawi-Tawi. Just for the record, because we representatives of the province are being asked of the programs and projects of the regional government in Tawi-Tawi. I'd like to ask as to how much is the allocation for infrastructure projects lodged under the Ministry of Public Works for 2022, and if it is possible for us to determine how many infra projects are we allocating for the province.
Mr. Speaker, under the Ministry of Public Works 2022 BEP, Tawi-Tawi is allocated with 1.7 billion infra project, Mr. Speaker. That pertain to 90 infrastructure projects, Mr. Speaker.
How many, Mr. Speaker?
90. 90.
90. And most of these are
roads, Mr. Speaker, and ports.
And ports. May I also ask projects and programs lodged under the Ministry of MAFAR, Mr. Speaker, for the province of Tawi-Tawi?
Speaker, as to the MAPAR, it was not presented as the way programming is presented with the MPW, Mr. Speaker. But we are trying to compute the specific allocation for the province of Tawi-Tawi so far as the MAPAR budget is concerned, Mr. Speaker.
We're trying, Mr. Speaker, meaning we do not, as we speak, we do not have the figure for the province.
For MAFAR, Mr. Speaker, the budget presentation is not by province, Mr. Speaker, but by programs.
Yeah, I understand, Mr. Speaker, but I'd like to ask the MAFAR if how many of these programs do we intend to, how much is intended to, how much is the projected amount for the province of the appropriation for the province of Tawi-Tawi?
The general appropriations for tawi-tawi, so far as MAFAR is concerned.
Mr. Speaker, there is a program lodged under the MAFAR And I assume that these programs will cover the provinces in terms of implementation.
So I think the question is, how much are the allocated programs or budget for each provinces? Am I correct, MP Mawalid? Is that
For
the
my
direction
province,
of your
Mr.
question?
Speaker, for my province, yes, for my province.
Okay.
Mr. Speaker, I am not in a position to, or I do not have data, available data that will respond to the query of the good gentleman from Tawi-Tawi. I also noticed that the Minister of Mafar is not also here to provide enlightenment on that, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, because they're the one who proposed their budget. I remember each ministry proposed.
As well as the mode and manner of implementing the project, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
So, MP Mawalid,
Mr. Speaker, is there a way that the Minister of the Mafar can
we will
reply to my query?
we'll ask if he's around
Yes, please,
on
Mr.
Zoom.
Speaker.
Minister Jacob, is he online? Yes,
Minister
DS.
ng MAPAR or his deputy?
Deputy Minister, who's the Deputy Minister of Mafar? I believe he's not a member of the parliament, so the Deputy Minister. What about Minister Jacob? Is he online? Is he online? No, he is not. Kindly reach out and try to contact Mafar because this is a very important vote. We are talking about the budget. All members should be present either physically or on Zoom. This is the budget we're talking here. Budget for 2022, operation of the bureaucracy of Farm. So kindly, Secretariat, please contact the Minister of Mapar. So MP Mawalil, we will try to provide you the answer, but in the meantime, Deputy Minister Pakasem is in no position to answer or adequately give justice to your question, provide you with an accurate answer. May we move forward to your next
Just a
concern.
clarification, Mr. Speaker. My question stands. It is not yet answered, so I will
Yes, we
revert back to my question on the Mapar because I believe the province of Tawi-Tawi needs the attention of the Mapar being an island province that is rich in aqua resources.
We are trying
So
our
that is
best
very
to reach.
important to me, Mr. Speaker. But
Yeah.
I will revert back to that question on Mapar. I'd like to proceed with the specific programs lodged under the Ministry of Trade, Investment, and Tourism, especially on tourism
MTIT.
for Tawi-Tawi. How much are we allocating for the province of Tawi-Tawi? And what are these projects? Mr. Speaker, may I ask the policy as to pag hindi po ba nasagot yung mga question natin, ano po yung gagawin natin?
We will try.
We cannot just proceed.
We understand. We really do understand the concern of MP Mawalil. We are trying our best to reach Mafar. I am trying to look at the angle where the MFBM is coming. I think the question pertains to a specific allocation per provinces, which I believe MFBM or MP Pakasam is in no position to accurately provide you the percentage of each budget allocated for each provinces because that is based on the proposal of the ministry that which is now being asked ang Mafar. So that's why we are trying our best to contact Mafar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
I hope you understand that I am also in a dilemma because I represent my
Yes.
province and I've decided not to ask general questions about the budget because I would like to go down to my province, to the allocations for my province. So this is very important to me, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, I just received a reply from Mafar through the Secretary General. He will be joining us online a little later. Maybe we can go back to your question. In the meantime, yes, what was the question again, MP Mawalil? The next question, MTIT.
MTIT, specifically for the tourism provision programs and projects.
Mr. Speaker, I have the same dilemma for the MTIT because the presentation of the budget for MTIT is the same with the MAPA. It is not presented by province, Mr.
Based on programs lang sa kanila, no?
Yes,
Capital
Mr. Speaker. The implementation of the program as well as the identification of the beneficiaries is within the discretion of the ministry, Mr. Speaker. We do not have idea at the level of the NFBM as to the beneficiaries, actual beneficiaries to be targeted by the programs, Mr. Speaker.
Per provinces, no?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
That's correct. But we will, yes, again, same request. Do we have the Minister of MTIT online? Yes, what's the pleasure of the gentleman from Sulu, the Deputy Minister of Community and Settlement?
As Vice Chair of the Committee of the Budget, I would like to answer the question because I was particular in that issue of tourism. In the MTIT.
Which question, Your Honor? The first one, Mafar.
The MTIT.
Okay, the MTIT.
The MTIT budget, they have incorporated the 20 million budget for the rehabilitation of the Sheikh Maktoum. So there is a budget for that. And this budget was incorporated principally because there was an armed law in the past supporting the Sheikh Maktoum. So that's what I know in the budget of MTIT with respect to tourism. In addition to that, there are other tourism projects that, in fact, the issue now is because, if I recall it correctly, it was about to be transferred to the cultural heritage. But considering that it is an existing law, the budget for tourism under the MTIT was still approved 20 million. So that is as far as MTIT tourism part. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, MP Lorena. So the Minister of MAPAR is there. Minister Yacob.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes,
Before you
Mawalil.
proceed, is that the official reply to my query?
I don't think that's an official reply.
Okay. Thank you, Mr.
MP Lorena just emphasized the process of the budget in consideration of the Sharif Maktoum preservation budget for the preserving the Sharif Maktoum because it's already a law. So I believe what he was explaining to us is as far as tawi-tawi is concerned, there was a consideration of putting up another budget specifically for a location in tawi-tawi, which is the Sharif Maktoum Mosque. That's in addition to the question. I believe there's Mafar already, so we can ask the Minister Yacob. There was a question by MP Mawalil, how much do you intend to provide for tawi-tawi, for the province of tawi-tawi, insofar as all your programs is concerned, of your minister is concerned? And Minister Yacob?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for this query. We in the MAFAR allotting the MOOE and capital outlay to our 5 provinces. We have the sailing. Every province, we, according to the budget that they propose, because before we finalize the budget to submit to MFBM, we requested from our provinces to submit their proposed programs and projects. So based on the their proposal, that is our basis to allot a budget for the provinces. In Tawi-Tawi, the major project they have on the fisheries programs and aquatic resources and some high value crops. So based on the allotment, proposal allotment, we allotted them 300 million for the tawi-tawi, estimatedly.
Mr. Speaker, 300 million of what?
I think, can you restate again the figure, Minister Yacob?
300 million for what, Mr. Speaker? Is this PS or MOE?
Please unmute. Please, Minister Yacob, unmute yourself po.
The PAs really it's a response dispersed by the region, and what we allot for them, the MOOE and capital outlay. So from their proposal, basis of the proposal of every provinces, that is our basis to allot their programs. So now we proposally allot the budget for the tawi-tawi 400 million, but that not exactly downloaded to them based on the requirement that they will be submitted to us.
So the figure is 400 million. It is not yet clear to me what this 400 million is for. So I'd like to ask on what specific programs and projects of MAPA. For example, Mr. Speaker, there's a support to agri-fishery marketing enterprise program worth 10 million pesos. The machinery, equipment, and infrastructure facilities program, which is worth 80 million pesos. So my question, Mr. Speaker, is magkano po ba dito sa mga programs na to ang mapupunta sa tawi-tawi? Yun po ang gusto kong, I understand na in-explain ni Sir Minister MP Yacob yung provision for ng mga provincial offices, but hindi po ako nagtatanong about the operations ng MAFAR. And may I also include na itanong yung ano po ba yung mga programs natin in terms of seaweeds, yung support sa mga seaweed farmer. Gusto ko po yung malaman, Mr. Speaker.
Did you hear it, Minister Yacob? I think the breakdown of programs for tawi-tawi.
Actually, our program for the different provinces are lump sum. We don't have yet the detailed breakdown of the programs yet. We will do after when we develop our budget execution documents and working financial plan. Once that we finalize the parliament approve our budget.
So just for the record, we do not have allocation for specific allocation, percentage allocation for the provinces. How are we going to
Hello.
deal with that, Mr. Speaker? Because I'm very concerned about this, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to announce to the province of tawi-tawi that they have a certain amount of projects at large under the MAFAR. How are we going to do that if there is no figure as we approve this budget, as we deliberate this budget, Mr. Speaker? What is the policy here, Mr. Speaker?
Patay. Kasi sayang, di ba? Kaya siguro hindi rin
I think, with all due respect to the members,
because Mr. Speaker, if the MPW can do a proportional allocation for each of the 5 provinces, then how come other ministries cannot do the same, Mr. Speaker? You have to understand our dilemma here because we represent our respective provinces. So we cannot just say to our people that there's a lump sum appropriation for it. We cannot determine it as we deliberate the budget.
maybe we can already wind up the questioning because I believe I was told that we will be the Chief Minister will be joining us a little later.
I have no problem with binding up, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
I'd just like to be clarified, to be enlightened of this project. We cannot just try and
I
wind
can
up
assure
with an unresponsive answer.
MP Mawalil, nobody is actually curtailing your right.
I'm not
I am
saying,
just
I'm not saying curtailing my right, Mr. Speaker.
we exerted.
I just want a reply and answer. We cannot just wrap up if my questions were not answered.
Your questions are valid. That's why we asked the MAFAR. Actually, we went an extra mile here.
I'm
We
asking,
tried to contact you, Minister Jacob.
how do we proceed here, Mr. Speaker?
Can you please
That's
reply
my
to the question?
question.
Can you please reply to the question, Minister Jacob, with due respect the breakdown?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I already responded the query of Honorable MP Mawali that MAFAR don't have yet the breakdown of programs of every provinces. So although we have requested the programs of any provinces, when we submitted to the MFM, we submitted as lump sum. So we now, if the Parliament approve finally our budget, we will going to allot according to the breakdown based on the program submitted to us by our provinces. So this time, when we submitted the programs to the MFBM, it is a lump sum programs because in the MAFAR, we divided according to the procurement of the goods, public procurement, and small scale procurement. And that small scale procurement load to the province directly, but public procurement must be done in the level of the regional MAFAR office. So that's the reason we are going to break down the programs and projects of every province, including the tawi-tawi, once our budget finally approved by the Parliament.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I request that the good minister furnish this representation a copy of that breakdown after we approve this budget? And may I just also note that my question on the MTINT was not answered, Mr. Speaker. So I will wind up, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So
And
we will
Mr.
request
Speaker,
MAFAR to please submit the
yes,
breakdown programs.
including the MPIT, we request the MPIT to submit all documents that MP Moali would like
Yes.
to
Similar.
secure, Mr. Speaker. Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr.
Thank you, Minister.
Yes, for the
Yapo.
last, Mr. Speaker, MP Don Loong in the Zoom. MP Don Loong.
Okay. MP, the gentleman from Sulu, MP Don Loong.
If wala na, Mr. Speaker, I move for the closure of the, I move to close the period of interpellation and debate, Mr. Speaker.
There's a motion to close the period of debate and interpellation. As has been seconded without any objection. The period of debate and interpellation is hereby closed.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I move to open the period of amendments.
Period of amendment is open. MP Baintan, Ampatuan, you recognize. Okay, the gentleman from Lanao del Sur and Cotabato City, MP Rasul Mitmag. Please proceed with your amendment.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I was about to ask a question kanina.
Sorry, wait lang. Is that the budget for the BTA? Would you allow MP Ras? Apologies, will you allow MP Anatarhata Basman
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
to go first because it concerns the BTA budget? Okay, please, MP Basman, proceed. And after her, MP Ras Mitmag.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I propose to insert the budget of the Parliament as an amendment to the Bangsamoro expenditure program for 2022 in the total amount of 3,558,163,162 pesos as deliberated thoroughly by the TWG and the Committee on Accounts as well as the entirety of the Parliament, Mr. Speaker. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
So there's a motion to amend the BEP by including the
budget of the
budget
BTA.
of the BTA.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Any objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion of MP Basman, the proposal is hereby adopted. BEP is now amended.
Yes.
MP Rasul Mitmag, I'm sorry. Please proceed, Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I was about to ask a question kanina para magkaroon ng context. Pero since there was no time, I would like to propose amendment on the special provisions in relation to the Special Development Fund. I've noticed, Mr. Speaker, that the Special Development Fund is already part of our appropriations this year. And I've noticed that the plenary, the Parliament, has no oversight over this fund, Mr. Speaker. So I would like to propose that there be section number 7, Mr. Speaker,
Before you
BTA
proceed,
parliamentary oversight.
before you proceed, can you guide us which specific page in the BEP?
Page 210, Mr. Speaker, I'm
210.
proposing a number 7, BTA parliamentary oversight. The reason for this, Mr. Speaker, we heard earlier several times that there's always a very low budget utilization rate. And also, there's just this lump sum appropriation of MOE and capital outlay for the SDF. So we don't really know what's in this, Mr. Speaker. So for the BTA Parliament, we are proposing that the government of the day shall submit to the BTA Parliament before the approval of the Chief Minister. The government of the day shall also submit a quarterly report to the BTA Parliament in relation to the SDF. Because this is already part of the general appropriation, and therefore I assert, Mr. Speaker, that the Bangsamoro Parliament has oversight over this fund.
So can I ask the good gentleman to please state exactly the phrase or the lines that you want to introduce on page 210, am I correct?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. It's simply the Parliament oversight. The government of the day shall furnish and submit to the BTA Parliament a copy of list of projects before the approval of the Chief Minister, and the government of the day shall likewise also submit a quarterly report to the BTA Parliament in relation to the Bangsamoro Special Development Fund.
I don't believe the Secretariat actually covers the exact wordings of the proposal.
I will provide the...
Please provide the copy, and then I will ask the principal proponent whether he's amenable to such amendment. But before that, while waiting for the amendment, I'd like to recognize the Minister, Deputy Minister of Human Settlement, MP Lorena. Do you have a proposal?
Mr. Speaker, just a point of clarification. Is it upon approval, before approval, or are we talking of the approval and the status of implementation? That,
Yes,
I want to be clarified.
I would advise that we wait until the main proponent of that amendment provide the exact wordings to the Secretariat. And then from there, we can actually understand the real intention. And then we will have a further discussion on that.
I will yield, Mr. Chair.
Then, Mr.
Please.
Speaker,
Thank you. Please, MP Ras.
Mr. Speaker, also on the same subject matter, we should also clarify in relation to page 209. There's these two provisions. The TWG shall then submit the programs, projects, and activities, SDF, PPA, to the Chief Minister for review and approval. Then later on, there's this another provision, the Director General of the BPDA.
We will take it one at a time, Your Honor, para hindi tayo maano. So I think you have three proposals, no? Proposed amendments. We start with the number one.
Yung number one po, Mr. Speaker, I will provide. Pero this time, I've noticed that these two provisions, there's only one provision that must be. We must delete one or the other. So I'll just propose to the Secretariat, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, please, Secretariat, did you get the exact formulation of the proposed amendment? Bytes, have you captured or understood?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, so will you respond to that?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. There is a special provision mentioned in Section 64 as well as Section 6 regarding the submission of the annual reports and audited financial statements, as well as the report on audit findings and recommendation, as well as the requirement of the transparency, Mr. Speaker. This being sufficient already, Mr. Speaker, I do not accept the proposal.
Do not accept the proposal. Okay. So there was a refusal or rejection from the main opponent to accept the proposed amendment of PIRA. Your Honor, would you pursue?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
You pursue. Okay. While we entertain that and while we act on I believe there was a rejection, outright rejection. We will ask the Secretariat first to flash the exact proposal so that all members can understand and appreciate the intention of that proposal. But there was already an outright rejection from the main proponents. Okay? Can I ask for a 1-minute suspension?
Mr. Speaker, can we ask for 15-minute suspension for monthly prayer, Mr. Speaker?
Okay.
15
Continue
minutes.
natin ng 15 ng 1 minute.
Yes, Mr.
15 minutes. Thank you. Session resumed. There was a standing motion or a proposed amendment to special provision on the Special Development Fund. Secretariat, are you done encoding the specific amendment by MP Ras Mitmon? Again, may I ask again, for record purposes, will the gentleman from Babayao in Cotabato City pursue his amendment?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
MP Bites, I believe you have rejected the gentleman from the Iranon area. MP Bites, you have rejected the proposed amendment.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
All right, we will divide the House. That's the only way we can resolve this, so we can move forward. What's the pleasure of the Deputy Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, I think before we decide on dividing the House, you should ask first the proponent of the amendment whether or not he insists on his proposed amendment before we go dividing the House.
We did already twice. So let me give way to let me again ask the gentleman. Will you insist or pursue your amendment?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, in relation to the BTA Parliament oversight, nais ko po talagang i-pursue ito dahil mag-provide po to sa BTA ng idea kung ano po yung listahan ng mga SDF programs for 2022 at mas madali po natin maintindihan kung paano ito na-implement, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. So before we divide the House again, MP Tago.
Yes, for clarification purposes, ilang section ba sa provisions ang proposal ni
I believe he has three. So we just
kaya narinig with due respect Mr. Speaker, narinig ko kanina may proposal siya yung overset. So that means may mga ibang proposal siya. So anong proposal niya so that we can accommodate one at a time.
Yes.
Yung proposal niya.
That is what the intention of the presiding officer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. We will act on the proposal one at a time. So this is the first amendment, I believe. MP Ras, is that correct? This is your first amendment.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, that's amendment by introduction.
Are those other amendments connected with this particular amendment of yours?
No,
are they
Mr.
separate?
Speaker. It's a separate amendment, Mr. Speaker, because it's amendment by deletion.
Okay, so meaning we can deal with this or act on this proposal, your amendment. Okay, so hindi naman siya connected yung other two. So we will, MP Tago, we will first act on the motion. Division of the House is in order. So those who are in favor of the proposed amendment of MP Ras, say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose, say nay. And they have it. Yes, Mr. MP Ras, we have other.
Our second amendment, Mr. Speaker, is an amendment by deletion, Mr. Speaker. It can be found in number 09. Because there are two provisions there, specifically under Special Development Fund. One provision says that the TWG shall then submit the programs, project, and activities SDF to the Chief Minister for review and approval. Then another provision also says that the Director General of the BPDA shall submit the SDF PPA for approval of the Chief Minister. Mr. Speaker, it seems to be redundant, and it seems that the TWG is the working committee. Therefore, we propose that the deletion of the second line, the Director General of the BPDA shall submit the SDF PPA for approval to the Chief Minister so that it will be a clearer provision under Special Development Fund, Mr. Speaker.
MP Bakasim.
Mr. Speaker, just a clarification. The proposal is to omit the last paragraph, Mr. Speaker. The one highlighted, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the one with the Director General, because it seems that the TWG is the entity that actually reviews it all, Mr. Speaker.
I accept, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, it's been accepted, your proposal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, your third and last proposal.
There's no more
Final.
third, Mr.
No more,
Speaker.
okay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, MP Ras. Any other proposed amendment from the members? Do you have a list, Majority Leader?
No, Mr. Speaker. MP Baita ng Patua, Mr. Speaker.
Deputy Minority Leader, the lady from Mindanao, MP Engineer Patuan, you recognize.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just on page 10, a special provision. I want to ascertain the budget of Office of the Settler Communities, Mr. Speaker, by putting up a special provision, inserting it as number 4 of the special provisions under the OCM, which will state that Office of the Settler Communities, the amount of 50 million pesos is here inappropriated for the initial operation of the Office of the Settler Communities. This is in view of the proposal of the Office of the Settler Communities amounting to almost 100 million. And for them to ensure that they will be operational by next year, we should ascertain that there should be a budget intended for them, at least one half of their proposed budget, Mr. Speaker.
So is that the specific? Yes, MP Pakasim.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, as I have uttered before, Mr. Speaker, the settlers, Office of the Settlers Communities, together with the Bangsamoro Communications Technology Office, has not yet undergone the process of technical budget hearing, Mr. Speaker. That TBH being indispensable to the process of allocating fund to the newly created, Mr. Speaker, in the determination of the allocated budget, supposedly, to a newly created office, Mr. Speaker, I do not accept the proposal. However, Mr. Speaker, there is a special provision under the MPPF citing that the funding requirements for creation and filling of positions for the Bangsamoro Information Communications Technology, the Office of the Settlers Communities, and other offices created by virtue of BAA number 13, otherwise known as the Bangsamoro Administrative Code, filling up of created positions shall be subject to subsequent issuance of appropriate NOSCA by the NFB, Mr. Speaker. So while I do not accept the proposal, Mr. Speaker, however, there is a specific provisions allocating funds which will be determined through the technical budget hearing, Mr. Speaker.
MP Patuan.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, in the past, Mr. Speaker, we have created offices, and in the provisions of the law, we indicated initial amount for us to ensure that the office that we have created is operational, Mr. Speaker. In the case of the Sports Commission, in the case of Women's Commission, the case of the commission, we appropriated initial amount to ensure that they will be operational once they are on board. I understand that there was already an appointed head of the Settler Communities Office, Mr. Speaker, and there were also some staff that were already on board, Mr. Speaker. We just want to ensure that they will be operational once the start of the year comes, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Again, the process of technical budget hearing is indispensable in the allocation of the budget of the newly created offices, Mr. Speaker. As to the worries, Mr. Speaker, I think the provisions under the MPPF as well as the contingent fund is sufficient, Mr. Speaker. The TBH is technical budget hearing is indispensable in the process, Mr. Speaker.
So let me ask the principal proponent, do you reject the proposed amendment? MP Bites?
I reject the proposal, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. MP Baintan, will you pursue?
Yes,
your
Mr.
proposed
Speaker.
amendment?
This is in the spirit of consistency with the laws that we have already passed, Mr. Speaker, as I've cited, the Women Commission, the Sports Commission, the Youth Commission. We appropriated an initial amount for them to operational once their head will be on board. But in this case, Mr. Speaker, their head was already appointed by the Chief Minister, Mr. Speaker.
All right, there is a proposed amendment and it's been rejected by the main proponent. We will divide the House. Motion of the House is in order. Those who are in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. Those who oppose, please have it. We have further amendment. Any more? Saliga, you recognize?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I have some amendments on the budget of NIPA.
Yes, please
I just
state
want
your
to
proposed amendment.
raise this on record, Mr. Speaker. My proposed amendment is an additional 10,333,990,000.2 for the general administrative support for NIPA. That's amounting to 44 additional community service center, Mr. Speaker. That's amounting to 5,533,299.2 million. And for the MOOE amounting to 100,000 per center for the four additional center, Mr. Speaker, amounting to 4,800,000, Mr. Speaker. So that's a total amount of 10,333,990.2 million, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, so before we act on the proposal, I call for a minute suspension. Session suspended. Right. Session resumed. Mr. Liga. I'm sorry, MP Pakasam. You accept? Yes.
Mr. Speaker, on the reason again of the special provision under the miscellaneous personal benefit fund, allocating a specific part or portion on the creation and filling of positions as required by the admin code, Mr. Speaker, I do not accept the proposal.
Reject. Okay. MP Saliga, your proposal has been rejected. What's your
Yes,
pleasure?
I will really push for this, Mr. Speaker, because like what I have said, the strength of the Ministry of Indigenous Peoples lies in its service center. Without the service center, the NIPA will be inutile, Mr. Speaker.
So you mean you will pursue?
Yes, I will.
Okay. Rejected, MP Fights, no? The record. Okay, so the gentleman, the main proponent of this proposed amendment, pursues his amendment. So we will again divide the House. 155 as amended, the Bangsamoro Expenditure Program for 2022. Those who in favor say aye. Those who oppose say nay.
Aye.
Aye.
Ayes have it.
Aye.
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 Aye. Aye po. Aye.
Okay, yes, the ayes have it. The BTA Cabinet Bill number 155 is hereby approved on second reading. Majority Leader?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, considering that the certification is signed by the Chief Minister dated November 18, 2021, addressed to the Speaker of the Parliament, Speaker Ali Pangalian Balindong. Mr. Speaker, there is a certification as urgent bill on Cabinet Bill number 155, an act appropriating funds for the operation of the Bangsamoro government from January 1 to December 31, 2022, and for other purposes. For that purpose, Mr. Speaker, I move for the approval of this Cabinet Bill number 155 on third and final stage, Mr. Speaker, by nominal voting.
With the presence of certification from the Chief Minister certifying that Cabinet Bill number 155 in a certain bill, we will dispense with the 3-day rule. The Parliament will proceed with nominal voting. Is there any objection to the motion raised by the Majority Leader? Hearing none, we will proceed with the nominal voting for the approval on the third and final reading of Cabinet Bill number 155. Secretariat, please call the roll. Nominal voting.
Nominal voting on BTA Cabinet Bill number 155, entitled an act appropriating funds for the operation of the Bangsamoro government from January 1 to December 31.
Mr. Speaker, may I a point of clarification?
What's the pleasure of the
And point of order and clarification.
What's the point of order of the gentleman?
Do we have already final copies of the proposed bill?
Yes, Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. If we review the period of amendments, Mr. Speaker, this amendment is approved by the plenary, Mr. Speaker, if we are met by issue. Mr. Speaker, if the request of the good gentleman is to have the final copies, excluding the deletion of one sentence, that will be as far as the amendment is concerned, there is no substantial amendment on the
I think the amendment to Cabinet Bill number 155 is the incorporation of budget of the Parliament.
Yes.
And as well as one proposed amendment from MP Rasmit. Substantial amendments. So that's the point of order of the gentleman from Cotabatos already.
1 minute suspension, Mr. Speaker.
Suspension. Okay, so session is suspended for 1 minute. Kailangan mo ng ipa-print out na lang muna. Diretso tayo.
Ha? Ha?
Ew.
Session resume. Shall now proceed with the nominal voting. Secretariat, again, please call the roll.
Nominal vote. Abbas Haron.
My vote is 100% yes.
Abbas Zulkarnain. Abbas Basit Sari.
Yes. Buto.
Abu Mujib.
Makin ka wala?
Adyo Jaw Rahman Alonto.
Yes.
Ahang Abdullah. Ahang Abdullah.
Naman. Vote.
Ahang Abdullah. Alami Eliza. Alami Eliza. Alami Eliza. Alauddin Faiz. Ali Ibrahim.
Yes, my vote is yes. Yes. My
Ali
vote is
Jojo.
yes.
Ali Dimapag. Ali Dimapag.
Yes. Yes.
Alil Cesar.
Yes, yes.
Ambuluto Suarto. Ampatuan Baintan.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, may I update 1 minute, 2 minutes?
The lady has 2 minutes to explain her vote.
I think it's a opportunity to thank my colleagues in the committee for the labor exerted. Although in some of the ministries I was able to participate, but I know and I saw the effort, extra time that all members of the committee have exerted in order to present all the ministries and offices budget proposals. And I'm happy to note that since the beginning of the budget deliberation, reckoning back in 2019 for the budget 2020, we improved a lot in terms of process and in terms of how we handle the deliberation of the budget, as well as the presentations and the way the ministries and officers have prepared their budget proposals. We have improved that, although there are still room for improvements, especially on the indicators that the ministries and officers have proposed. But nonetheless, we have done a job, I think, so far as the committee is concerned. On my particular vote for this bill, 155, Mr. Speaker, I fully support the the bill since we really observe a process. Although I would recommend that if there would be a chance that we can come back next year, I would suggest that an earlier submission of the budget to the Parliament is highly recommended so that while everybody is enjoying their vacation right now, all of us are here in the plenary deliberating our own budget. So I think it's one way of one of the improvements that we need to do in order to have very smooth budgeting processes. My vote is yes, but I have reservation, especially on the Special Development Fund. I know that there is no safeguard for us because the proposed amendment that we intend to insert in the special provision, which accounts for the oversight function of the Parliament, was not carried out. So there lies my reservation. So my vote is yes with reservation. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Nayated Susana.
Meron na pero tindahan mo yung
Happy New Year. I vote yes.
My vote is yes. Yes po.
Balindong Ali Pangalian. Barahanu Nabidudin.
The gentleman has 2 minutes.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My vote is yes, but I wish to thank first the members of the subcommittee, the members on finance, and finally the technical working group, because the budget for my ministry had passed through a grueling process. But despite all of the questions that I asked, I'm happy that I have prepared a report, a justification committee, and Alhamdulillah, I was so happy with the members of the committee for considering the report of the members of our staff in the ministry. I thank my staff, I thank the committee and the technical working group. Thank you so much. My vote is yes.
Basman Anna Tarhata. Purahan Abraham. Kandao Bay Maleha.
Alhamdulillah, my vote is yes.
Dandamun Latif Maysara. Yamla Musa. Yamla Musa.
My vote is yes.
Ipatuan sa Prula. Ipatuan sa Prula. Ibrahim Ahot. Ismail Haji Abdulaziz.
My vote is yes.
Gayak Abdullah. Gayak Abdullah. Era Edward.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. I'll take this opportunity in this August body to say something about the work of the Committee on Finance. I really nagpapasalamat talaga ako sa support ng every members ng committee, pati yung subcommittee, talagang trabaho sila. And then yung TWG, they really exert their utmost effort. And generally, we are improving in our deliberation. And generally, my observation is that all of us, we discuss when we meet deeper but objective ang mga discussion. So, thank you. My vote is yes.
Hasan Abidin. Hasim Abdullah. Iqbal Moager. Ismail Rasul.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take this opportunity na magpasalamat sa mga kasama ko sa Committee on Finance. Alam nyo, itong budget for 2022 ay talagang pinaghirapan ng lahat, no? Lahat ng member ng Committee on Finance, yung mga subcommittees at yung technical working group. Dahil doon sa, kahit na merong mga debate, no? Professional debate, but lahat ay nare-resolve naman. Now, ang aking panawagan lang sa mga kasama na sa ating muling pag-drop ng budget ng 2023, we have to focus doon sa mga project na directly papunta doon kay Babo at kay Bapa. Ako po, bilang isang estudyante ng Asian Institute of Management, AIM, kami po ay nagsagawa ng isang pag-aaral, lalong-lalo na sa Ligwasan Mars. No? Alam nyo, 100,000 na lupa ang andyan na hindi natin na-utilize. Hindi dahil sa ano, kundi dahil po sa pag-silt ng ating ligwasan at ng mga river. Na dapat sana tayo mapagtuunan po natin ng pansin para po mas makapag-farm yung ating mga kapwa Bangsamoro. Panghuli, ang boto ko po ay yes with reservation doon sa SDF. Yun na po.
Jajuri Raisa. Jakilan Muslimin.
Yes, my vote is yes.
Jakilan Muslimin.
Yes, my vote is yes.
Jikiri Albaki. Karon Bainon. Karon Bainon. Lidasan Mussolini. Oong Don Mustafa.
Mr. Speaker, may I have my 1 minute?
Gentleman has 2 minutes. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would have wanted to interpolate, but my issues were already raised as regards TDIF to be expedited and the one raised by MP Amir as to equity in ensuring that the development that we do, we will not forget the geographically isolated areas in the Basulta. And I also no longer interpolated because I believed in the process. I saw that there are improvements in the process the past 2 years and that this budget had really involved the minority. We had, while of course we had the very competent chairman and vice chairman from the majority, I saw that the minority vice chairman, MP Baintan, as well as the Vice Chairman for the BPA budget as well, MP Amir, were really provided, were listened to in the process. So I saw that the budget process that we have done has become much more professionalized. And that's why I'm not shocked that there are few interpellations. And while there might be issues of burn rate, we understand that we are in the transition. And so we call on the ministries to just exert stronger effort, inshallah, this 2022, that we will be able to deliver more of our programs to our constituencies. My vote is yes, Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker.
Lorena Jose Ribani.
Mr. Speaker, may I be allowed to explain my vote?
The gentleman has 2 minutes.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. I joined the chair of the committee, architect, in thanking everyone for their patience, perseverance, and dedication. Say the greatest room in this world is the room of self-improvement.
In camera.
We have passed through budget, and I know in the course of the process, we have all learned our lesson. In moving forward, I think we will again do a better job if given the opportunity to do another budget next year. Thank you to the technical working group, to the support group, to all members of the parliament who actively participated in shaping this budget. I know we are all motivated by our desire to continue our service for our people and for the development of the Bangsamoro. So I believe we have done an objective and a fair decision to craft up this budget. We might be harsh in some questioning, but it is all part of the job. Members of the ministry, the ministers and ministries are also equally up to defending their budget. So my vote to this particular budget bill 2022 is yes. Thank you.
Makakawad Rauf. Makapaar Abdullah.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker,
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, can you allow me to speak?
Yes, you have 2 minutes. The gentleman has 2 minutes.
Okay, assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Sa hindi po ako bubuto ng budget ng 2022. Sana po ay ang BARM government ay maalala nila po ang outside of BARM, lalo-lalo po kami dito sa Lanao del Norte. Alam ko po, nag-umpisa po tayo ng 2022, 2021. Itong dadating naman ay 2023. Sana po ay malalaman ninyo ang ay mga Muslim ay isang katawan. Bakit pinabayaan po ninyo kami dito sa Lanao del Norte? Inshallah ta'ala, sana po ay masabi po natin sa Chief Minister, kung yung pabayaan ng kapwa niyang Muslim sa Lanao del Norte, dahil ang BARM ay dugo ng mga mujahidin, mga mujahidat. Alam po natin yan, ang jihad, ang BARM ay ang MILF ay ang jihad. Bakit po niyo kami pinababayaan dito sa Lanao del Norte at sa ibang outside of BARM? Sana po ay malaman ng Chief Minister, tayo po ay lahat, bakit nandito tayo dahil po ay mga Muslim tayo ay makakapatid. Ako po ay bubuto ng yes. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Makaraya Jamel.
I vote for yes. I vote for yes.
Yes, would you want to explain your vote? You have 2 minutes, MP Makaraya. Proceed, MP Makaraya.
Speaker, I'm allowed to deliver my 1-minute manifestation.
Yes, please proceed. MP Makaraya.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, thank you.
We cannot hear you. There's something wrong with your audio. So we would like to ask you to just type your vote.
My vote is yes.
Thank you.
Makasalong Marjani. MP Makasalong Marjani. Magunda dato kada fe.
The gentleman has 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Again, for the third time, ito po, inaprobahan natin ang Bangsamoro Expenditure Program for the year 2022. And gusto ko pong ulitin na kung ano man po ang pondo na inaprobahan ng Bangsamoro Parliament, hindi po yan ay ilang grupo, hindi po yan sa kung sino-sino, kung hindi yan ay para po sa pangkalahatan intiro Bangsamoro, Mr. Speaker. Sa ikatlong pagkakataon na nag-budget ang BARD upang ibigay ang ninanais ng karamihan, this time, Mr. Speaker, alam ho nating lahat, nagkaroon na ng improvements in terms of budgeting, budget deliberation. Marami ho ang question sa budget utilization rate. Ngunit, Mr. Speaker, gusto ko lamang pong magkaroon ng kaliwanagan. We have the fiscal autonomy. And that what makes this BARD more unique and far better than the defunct BARD. Dahil hindi ho natin kailangan kung ano man ang pondo na hindi nagamit, hindi na kailangan bumalik sa nasyonal. At nakakasigurado tayo na bawat sentimo na kagastusin ng Bangsamoro government ay dapat mapunta sa tama at tama paglalaan. Again, Mr. Speaker, my vote is for the Bangsamoro people and my vote is yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mantawil Malik. MP Mantawil Malik. Mastura dato tukaw. MP Mastura dato tukaw.
Kaya mag-abot di pamawakan ng tama na lang. 393 million.
Mastura City sekarang. Mawali lang yung bahar.
Mr. Speaker, maaari po bang mahingi yung 2 minuto?
The gentleman has 2 minutes.
Of course, commendation to the people of the Committee on Finance, Budget and Finance for the hard work that they've done. I hope the process that they undergone, and I saw what they did was a reflection of how should a parliament works. And of course, I also would like to cite my committee, the Committee on Accounts, particularly ang aming pinakamagandang chairperson, si Attorney Anatahata Basman, and my co-vice chairperson, Attorney MP Popoy Tago, Paisalin Tago, for deliberating the 3.5 billion budget of the Bangsamoro Parliament. I think we've started deliberating the budget of the Parliament in August. So we've just wrap up the deliberation this month. So that's a total of 5 months of deliberation of the Committee on Accounts. So we hope that the budget of the Parliament that we have approved in the Committee on Accounts as well as in the plenary ay reflective po kung paano dapat mag-work yung isang parliament sa loob ng bansang Pilipinas. So with that, Mr. Speaker, although I have reservation on the provision of the special development plan, but my vote is yes, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Mastura City Siara. MP Mastura City Siara.
Proceed.
Midtimbang Dato Midbantaw. MP Midtimbang Dato Midbantaw. Mitmog Rason.
Mr. Speaker, can I avail my minutes?
Yes, we have 2 minutes. Gentleman has 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Speaker, unang-una, gusto ko pong magpasalamat sa dalawang committee, yung Committee on Finance at yung Committee on Accounts. Dahil ilang buwan po nilang pinaghirapan itong budget natin. Bumuo po sila ng subcommittees at TWG at walang tulog po yung kanilang ginawa. Kung i-compare ko po noon, Mr. Speaker, yung mga budget deliberations natin at sa ngayon, malaki na po talaga yung improvements natin. At umaasa po tayo na sa mga darating na araw, if magkakaroon pa tayo ng oportunidad during sa budget deliberation, sana mahaba-haba po yung sa plenary para napakita po ng mga committees natin yung per ministry na presentation, Mr. Speaker. Kasi alam ko pinag-aralan nila to ng mabuti. Second, Mr. Speaker, I'll just have a reservation in relation dun sa SDF, Mr. Speaker. Dahil ang nakalagay po talaga sa SDF ay ipopost siya sa websites at ipopost siya sa, bibigay yung listahan sa MFPM. Subalit po, Mr. Speaker, yung binibigyan sana natin ng informasyon is yung community mismo. So sana mas may paraan tayo na maparating yun sa mga komunidad, Mr. Speaker. So reservations lang doon, but I vote yes, Mr. Speaker.
Mujahid Abdul Muhmin.
Mr. Speaker, 1 minute po.
Yes, gentleman has 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. My vote definitely yes, Mr. Speaker. But let me emphasize and reiterate my concern during budget deliberation and even during the committee meeting, Mr. Speaker. I made a proposal in some parts of the ministries in their programs, Mr. Speaker. Particularly the Ministry of MOH, the Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries, and MAFAR, as I proposed, Mr. Speaker, for the subsidy in the MOH for our hospital in Basilan Province, Mr. Speaker. Medyo malungkutan po ang aking damdamin nang nakita ko ang mga ibang probinsya. Ang kanilang budget po sa MOH napakataas kung i-compare po sa amin sa Basilan, napakababa. Halos barya lang po ang naibigay po sa amin. So with that, Mr. Speaker, though naintindihan po natin kung anong po ang reason doon at na-explain na rin po ng mga kasamahan po natin. But then, we should have an intervention program intended for the MOH program in the province of Basilan. Likewise, Mr. Speaker, yung sa MAPAR po, yun din po ang inuulit po natin. Dapat magkaroon din po ang intervention program ang ating MAPAR sa mga biktima po ng infested of coconut trees in Basilan province kasi kawawa po sila. Dahil minsan po pinagsasabihan na po tayo kung ano po ang naitulong ng BARM po sa kanila. That's why we are always insisting to give some sort of financial assistance to the victims of this infested coconut trees, Mr. Speaker. So again, Mr. Speaker, ako po ay masaya sa ating mga magagaling mga committee members, the finance, the Committee on Finance and Budget Management, at ganon din yung mga TWG, yung Committee on Accounting, Audit and Accounting, for their commendable efforts. Napakagaling po nila. Kitang-kita po natin, napakalaking improvement po. Dahil nakikita po natin parang nasa Kongreso na po, parang nasa Senate po, talagang pinagagawa po na ating mga magagaling na mga committee members po, Mr. Speaker. So again, ang aking po boto ay yes po, Mr. Speaker. Thank you so much.
Munoz Hussein. Oranan Soib. Casa Mabayda.
For a minute, Mr. Speaker. This is the third budget deliberation that we already did, and unfortunately, we may not be certain as to the possibility of the AP deliberating again the 2022 or 2023 budget, Mr. Speaker. We already recognize the efforts of the people behind the scene on the finalization of our appropriations, Mr. Speaker. But as coming from MFPM, Mr. Speaker, let me express my heartfelt appreciation and thanks to the people who work behind the scenes, my team from the Ministry of Finance and Budget and Management, as well as my BTA staff for working behind the scene and for coming up with the Bangsamoro expenditure program, although not on time as we at the MFPM originally aimed or scheduled, Mr. Speaker. So with that, Mr. Speaker, my vote is a yes, Mr. Speaker.
Congratulations, MP Pakasam, and to your team.
Pak Abdul Wahab. MP Pak Abdul Wahab. Pangandaman Nagdila Margarita.
My vote is yes.
Ramos Gamila. Rimbang Sultan Edrisa Nazaire.
Mr. Speaker,
Meron po kayong 2 minuto. Meron po
thank
kayong
you
2
po,
minuto.
Mr. Speaker. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh sa membro ng Parliament, sa mga staff, sa mga guests natin ngayon. So nagpapasalamat ako kay Allah na sobra-sobra. Lalo po sa ating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte dahil napa-autonomy po tayo sa Bangsamoro dahil po sa kanya. So alhamdulillah, nagpapasalamat po ako sa komite ng Finance sa pamumuno po ni Edward Gira, sa kanyang mga vice, saka sa committee ng account, sa pamumuno ni Ana Basman, sa kanyang mga vice, si Popoy Tago Attorney, at si Mawalin, sa kanila rin mga member, saka sa TWD. So, sana po, I am feeling na umiyak po ako sa puso ng ating sa panguna po ni si Minister Al-Awwal Ibrahim Murad, pababa po sa kanyang mga ministry, sa Office of the Speaker, na sana po yung ginawa natin, na ginalingan po natin yung pag-committee, pag-resolve na budgeting 2022 ay lalo niyo po igitan. Dahil alam niyo po, itong pag-budget natin ngayong 2022 ay mayroon pong isang staff. Kaya po ako po kinukongrats ko yung mga staff natin. Kasi mayroon pong isang staff na namatay dahil nabangga siya dahil nakakawit tayo ng minsan alas 10 o alas 11. Isa po yun si Atty. MP Tago na mismo yung staff niya ay namatay po, nabangga po siya dahil po sa pagbabadit sa Bangsamoro. Yun po yung na umiyak po ako sa puso ng ating mga ministry na yung pong budget na natanggap natin ngayong 2022 ay gamitin po natin sa tama. Yun po, palagi ko po sinasabi na yung nangangailangan ay alam po natin yung Bangsamoro na kurang po tayo ng mga requirements. Alam po natin yung tao na bibigyan natin na kahit naman may tutulong natin sa kanila, kung kulang po sila na requirements ay tulungan po natin sila kasi kawawa po sila. So, sobra po akong nagpapasalamat, Mr. Speaker, sa Member of Parliament, sa ating mga staff na tumutulong sa atin, lalo po sa Bangsamoro. Yun lang po, I will support sa budget natin ngayon 2022. Inshallah, full support ako, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ano pong boto nila?
Yes po. Yes na yes po ako.
Sakar Mudayaw. MP Sakar Modayo. Salendag Said. Sali Al Said. Saliga Romeo.
May I avail of my one?
The gentleman has 2 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And your colleagues. Your Klungonon, us here, including the staff. As we know, Mr. Speaker, the indigenous peoples, including the non-more indigenous peoples, as represented by yours truly, are the leading indicator of inclusivity in the Bangsamoro. Hence, having a fair and equitable share of the budget is just but reasonable to ensure the protection of their rights. However, to give justice to the effort and sleepless nights spent by the members of the Committee on Finance and Committee on Accounts, and the millions of people who are waiting for this budget, my vote is yes, with reservation, especially on the budget allocated for MIPA, that I hope will still be included as among the priorities should there be any available fiscal space, especially in our supplemental budget, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Salik Ali. Sangki Ali. Kami Punduma.
Nagpapasalamat ako sa sarili ko at nandito ako. Buhay pa ako. Buhay tayong lahat. My vote is yes.
Satar Al-Sad.
Yes, the gentleman has 2 minutes.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Mr. Speaker, my vote is 100% yes for the simple reason. Yung approved BEC 2020, meron po BEC 2020, meron po tayong budget for madrasa education for 145,256,000. Sa BEC 2021, lumaki ng 1.133 to 29.200. Ngayon, mas lumaki pa rin po siya ng 1.149,957 to 190 na nagsasabing talagang mahalaga ang madrasa education. Ito po sa bar. Kaya ang sabi ko, my vote is 100% yes. It only shows ang aking pinaglalaban noon, 2020, maliit yung budget na 445 million at ngayon ay na-realize po. Kaya lumaki ng palaki. My belief, Mr. Speaker, farm without strengthened proper madrasa education is like ship sailing for action. Kaya maraming salamat po. Binigyan natin ng pansin ang madrasa education sa pagpalaki at pagpalaki ng pondo. My only concern is that, Mr. Speaker, and I hope that this funding will be implemented properly and equitably. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Speaker.
Sema Omar Yasser. Sema Romeo.
My vote is yes.
Sheikh Said. MP Sheikh Said.
I want to avail the 2 minutes.
Proceed, Your Honor. 2 minutes.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh again. This is my opportunity na mga kapatid, itong 80 members of parliament, ang pagtingin ko dito, dalawang grupo to na nagsuportahan. Unang-una yung mga taong mga mujahidin na nag-struggle for 43 years kung sa Mnlap. Pangalawa, yung mga technocrat sa atin na mayroon silang magagawa. Kaya maganda yung grupo natin. Doon sa mga nag-struggle na mga Mnlap, from 1977, 43 years now. Sa loob ng 40 years, wala tayong mga meetings na ito yung ang substance ng usapan natin ay itong budget, kundi ang usapan natin humihingi na magagastos ng mga kasama natin. But alhamdulillah, itong nahuli na 3 years from 2020 until 2020. Alhamdulillah, ang pinag-uusapan natin yung bunga ng nag-struggle. Kaya ako po I want to congratulate and commend those personality na tagal talagang yung life niya hanggang ngayon nandito pa siya. At saka Allah will give the full reward pagka dumating na sa atin ng kamatayan. Kaya ang kailangan natin dito, yung mga technocrats, mayroon silang mga expertise. So, i-contribute natin dito sa engagement natin dahil nandito pa tayo ngayon sa peace negotiation. Yung roadmap nandiyan, hindi pa tayo nakapirma ng exit agreement. Kaya ang kailangan sa atin, talagang ma-feel natin yung pagkakapatid natin, magbigayan tayo. So para naman pagdating sa the judgment, the final accountability, na ibig sabihin ay malinis tayo. Kaya yun ang isulong na natin ngayon. At saka yung Special Development Fund, yan ay napanalunan natin yan for 50 billion, 5 billion a year. Special Development Fund. Sa akin, bakit naging special yan? Dahil doon sa mga nasalanta na mga communities, nahirapan na mga tao sa tatlong major war natin, 2020, 2023, doon sa Muad, Turndown of Muad sa 2008. So, yun ang tingnan natin na talagang yun ang gawin natin priority doon sa gagastusin doon sa Special Development Fund. Para naman, ibig sabihin na hindi mauna yung kalisa sa kabayo. So, ganun lang ang sasabihin. I think it is already 2 minutes. So, I commend those personality na talagang nag-struggle sa right to self-determination natin. Then, I vote for yes. At saka, alhamdulillah. Salam sa inyo. Assalamualaikum.
Silongan Aida. MP Silongan Aida. Sulaiman Ali. MP Sulaiman Ali. Tago Paisalim.
Mr. Speaker, may I be allowed to explain my vote?
The 2-minute rule does not apply to you. You can speak as long as you want.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker, dahil
You have
gusto
2
kong
minutes.
magsalita dito dahil baka ito ng katapusan ng aking pagsasalita dito sa pool na ito. Katapusan ngayong taon. Ngayong taon lang. Anyway, Mr. Speaker, maraming salamat. Actually, I have prepared my brief
speech. Thank you very much sa aking mga kasama, sa lahat na nandito sa halls ng Bangsamoro Parliament. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Bago ko isiwalat ang aking boto, ako ay time team ng nagpapasalamat sa aking nakasama sa Committee on Finance, sa pangunguna ng Chair ng Committee on Finance, si Minister Edward Oigira. Buti hindi na siya napaluwa kanina. Nung nagtapos kami napaluwa. Pangalawang pinapasalamatan ko yung Chair ng Committee on Accounts, si Ana Tarhata Basman. Kaya itong dalawa ito pinasalamatan ko dahil humaba ang pasensya nila sa akin, Mr. Speaker, dahil ako vote. In both committees, I became a member of the two TWGs and they have patience on me kasi minsan makulit ako magtanong, Mr. Speaker. Anyway, Mr. Speaker, having said that, in becoming a member of the Committee on Finance and the Committee on Accounts, isa ang pumapatak sa aking puso pag nagbabudget deliberation. At yan yung message ng ating Chief Minister when we have the first budget deliberation and the first budget approval. In his message, the Chief Minister, let us remember, ito tinatandaan ko, ito ang palaging papatak sa aking puso. Let us remember, sabi niya, that behind the figures that we are discussing is the blood, tears, and sweat of our people. Hindi ito basta-basta budget na ang pinag-usapan lang magkano, kwentahan lang kung ilan ang ibigay sa ganitong ministro. Ito ay budget na may pinagsimulan, may historical history. Na iyon ay hindi natin dapat makalimutan. Kaya, Mr. Speaker, I vote a very big yes for this 2022 budget. I vote yes, Mr. Speaker, because this budget was conceived and programmed for the Bangsamoro people. I vote yes, Mr. Speaker, because this budget is in pursuant to continue our objective for moral governance, Mr. Speaker. I vote yes, Mr. Speaker, because I know that this budget was properly, for the first time, with due respect, properly deliberated and professionally done, Mr. Speaker. And I vote yes, Mr. Speaker, dahil natugunan yung isang pangangailangan ng Bangsamoro kaya tayo nakipaglaban for self-determination. Una-una, nasabi na kanina, yung Madaris educational system na itatag na. Pangalawa, pinalawak yung halal program ng Bangsamoro Autonomous Region ng Muslim Mindanao. Pangatlo, yung Sharia, binigyan din pansin sa budget na ito. I vote yes, Mr. Speaker, dahil natugunan yung pangangailangan natin sa infrastruktura, sa agrikultura, sa pangkalusugan, sa pangkapayapaan, sa natural yung natural issues, pangkalikasan, at saka education, Mr. Speaker. Because of that, Mr. Speaker, my vote is very big yes. But I have a very big question mark in the succeeding budget. This budget, we know for a fact that this is a COVID budget. We are experiencing a COVID. That is the reason we have a low utilization rate dahil budget for the past 2 years. Sana po, Mr. Speaker, sa susunod na taon, hindi maging dahilan ng COVID. Dapat mayroon na tayong mekanismo para matugunan. We have a mechanism to combat the effect of budget. Hindi na maging rason next year. Hindi na maging rason na konti yung ating utilization rate, hindi na maging rason na hindi tayo naka-implement ng ating mga programa. Sana po, Mr. Speaker, sa susunod na budget, inshallah, makita-kita pa tayo dito sa halls na ito. Pero ang speaker na ito, ang nakaupong speaker, hindi na siyang nakaupo dyan dahil doon na nakaupo sa Kongreso. Yun lang, Mr. Speaker, nagpapasalamat ako sa lahat, sa Secretariat at sa kabuuan ng empleyado ng Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao sa pagsuporta sa Bangsamoro Transition Authority Parliament. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Waalaikumsalam.
Tan Nabil.
Mr. Speaker, with your indulgence, the Honorable Speaker Saran and our Senior Minister. Ako po ay nagpapasalamat na naging bahagi ako ng deliberation ng Finance Committee. Kaya po nabawasan ang aking agam-agam. Ang aking mga doubts ay naliwanagan at ang agam-agam ay naibsan. Para lang maintindihan ko kung saan ang direksyon ng ating budget. Katulad din po ni gusto ko pasalamatan ang leadership ng Finance Committee, si Minister Ed Guerra, at ang Vice Chairperson si MP Joe Lorena at saka si MP Baintan at lahat ng Committee on Finance kasama na sarili ko na for the first time nag-labor po kami for almost a month straight. And this is, I think, the first budget deliberation that I felt that I really devoted time to this. So, ganun po man po, katulad ng ibang panawagan, gusto sana natin na hindi na maulit ang minsan. Ano po yun? Paulit-ulit ko po sasabihin, parang salawat ba? Na sana ang budget call ng National January at ginagawa natin din sa Bangsamoro February. Sana po yung ating BEP, Bangsamoro Expenditure Program for the next succeeding year, ma-submit po not later than the last week of September. Para rin po tayo lahat ay masusingin natin masaliksik ang bawat proposal or ang bawat rekomendasyon ng bawat ministry dahil we want to be fair with everyone. When we are strictly following or examining the records, hindi po namin records ang tinitignan namin, kundi records ng mga ministry, financial and physical performance, target, output, outcome. Kung maayos na po yun, wala nang maitatanong. Subalit, yung mga pangyayari na to ay talagang dadaanan natin. At malaki rin ang improvement natin dahil ito, nakaka-proud itong budget na to. At katulad din ni MP Popoy, while we will still be in the pandemic next year, pero puro GCQ na po tayo at uniform na po ang mga alert level. So dapat po hindi na po at localized lockdown na rin po ang nangyayari. So hindi na po dapat maging dahilan ng pandemic. Dahil meron na pong freedom or easing of restrictions sa movement ng tao, ng biyahe. So, appeal ko lang po sa mga ministry na sana tayo ay matugunan natin at ma-execute natin ang ating budget provided to us. This in turn will spell progress and development for the Bangsamoro. At isang paalala lang po, ang parliament po, ang workhorse ng parliament is the committee level. committee po ang workhorse nito. Kaya po hindi na masyado dapat sa plenary, especially those who are members of the Finance Committee already. So, with all those as reminders to ourselves, I vote a resounding yes.
Uja Sahin.
Speaker for 1 minute.
You have 2 minutes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Knowing that the Bangsamoro region, as per Philippine Statistics Authority reports, has still the 39.5 rate of poverty. Now, on the expectation that this budget allocation will help reduce, I vote yes. Secondly, on the presumption that this government is still led by morally accountable people, both in the parliament and the government of the day, I do not expect more savings at the end of the fiscal year by 2022 in such a way that I am saying the budget allocated for every office, every ministry, every authority shall be religiously implemented. And I vote yes in behalf of my constituency, Sulu, and in behalf of the Bangsamoro people. Thank you very much.
Ulama Melanio. AP Ulama Melanio. Usman Aspar. Jacob Muhammad.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, my vote is yes. May I have 1 minute to say my commendation to.
Last 2 minutes.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Una sa lahat, I would like to express my thanks and gratitude to all members of the Parliament. I would like to say my commendation to member of the Committee E for their support during the deliberation of the ministry's budget and agencies under our subcommittee. Especially my commendation to Vice Chair of that subcom, Deputy Speaker, Honorable MP Attorney Nabiltan. Talagang full support siya. At hindi lang sa subcom, nakita ko rin na the entire process ay hindi po siya na-absent. So, congratulations, Deputy Speaker. And I also expressing my highest commendation to the Mother Committee of Committee on Finance, Budget and Management, headed by Architect MP Edward Guerra and his two Deputy Chair, Honorable Attorney Jose Lorena and Honorable MP Engineer Bayintan, and the rest of the members of the Mother Committee. Nakita ko yung how difficult they have during the deliberation of our budget for 2022. Nakita ko rin how they're patient to accept the challenge na naranasan nila during the deliberation of budget. So talagang nakita ko yung maturity as Bangsamoro leaders and officers, members as Committee of Finance, paano sila patient, and we do hope the reward will be given to you, and that's your legacy in the promotion of the Bangsamoro government. Hindi po yan malilimutan ng Bangsamoro people, how do you patient for and wisdom na naibigay ninyo sa committee. So thank you very much, Ms. Speaker. My vote again is yes.
You again, Narciso.
What's the result of the voting, Secretary General?
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Mr. Speaker, the result of the nominal voting on BTA Cabinet Bill number 155, an act appropriating funds for the operations of the Bangsamoro government from January 1 to December 31, 2022, and for other purposes as follows. 59 for yes votes, 0 for no vote, 0 abstain vote. Mr. Speaker, the yes votes have it.
With 59 members voted in favor, none opposed, no abstention, Cabinet Bill number 155 or the Bangsamoro Expenditure Program for the fiscal year 2022 is hereby approved on third and final reading. Congratulations. Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I think we proceed to the next agenda order. Since we are on the committee report number 92, may we respectfully recognize MP Edward Guerra to read his committee report.
The Minister of the Ministry of Public Works, MP Edward Guerra, recognized to deliver committee report number 92.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin. Mr. Speaker, the Committee on Finance, Budget and Management has the honor to report it back to the Bangsamoro Transition Authority, BTA Bill number 159, entitled An Act Extending the Availability of General Appropriation Act of the Bangsamoro to December 31, 2022, except personal services, amending for the purpose Section 47 of the General Provisions of the General Appropriations Act of the Bangsamoro for years 2020 and 2021. After its deliberation, the committee proposes the amendments stated hereunder to wit. The title of the bill will read as follows: An Act Extending the Availability of General Appropriations Act of the Bangsamoro to December 31st, 2022, except personal services and other items of the MOOE, amending for the purpose Section 47 of General Provisions of the General Appropriations Act of the Bangsamoro for years 2020 and 2021. Section 2, Section 1, Section 47 of the Bangsamoro Appropriation Act of Bangsamoro Act number 03 is hereby amended to read as follows. Section 47, Cash Budgeting System, the appropriations authorized under this act shall be available for obligation for the purpose specified and under the same general and special provisions applicable thereto until December 31st, 2022. For fiscal year 2020, the appropriations for infrastructure and capital outlays shall be valid for obligation until December 31st, 2022. On the other hand, appropriations for continuing programs under MOOE shall be valid for obligation until December 31st, 2022. The appropriations for personal services authorized in this act shall be valid for obligation and disbursement only until December 31, 2020. Section 1, Section 47 of the Bangsamoro Appropriation Act or Bangsamoro Act number 15 is hereby amended as to read as follows. Section 47, cash budgeting system. The appropriations for maintenance and other operating expenses and capital outlay authorized in this act shall be available for obligation.
Recording in progress.
FHA jury recognized.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. But I was not able to catch the question. If the good gentleman can repeat it.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Based on the Bangsamoro Organic Law, it is very specific and it's very clear, Mr. Speaker. It provides for the allocation of the black grant. And it says there, any unspent amount in the current year's black grant shall revert to the Bangsamoro Treasury under a special fund for reappropriation, provided, however, that any subsequent appropriation thereof shall follow the same condition as provided in this section. That's my problem, Mr. Speaker, because the committee report showed me a Bangsamoro, a bill which wants to extend a certain fund which seems to be unspent. However, the black grant already provided a process for which we should follow. The BOL, Mr. Speaker, already provided a process for which we should follow.
Mr. Speaker,
Yes.
the bill extending the availability of funds for the under the 2020 and 2021 General Appropriations Act for the Bangsamoro is really premised on first the power of the Parliament to make decisions pertaining to the funds that are available to it. In the same manner that the national government is able to extend the availability of funds to the succeeding year when there is a need for it. And also the local government units, even the lowest level of the barangays, can also extend the availability of its funds. We are asserting that as an autonomous region and as an autonomous government, we should be able to do that as well. And surely we see the need for this, considering what has happened after the pandemic hit. And there are still programs and projects that we want to continue beyond this, the end of the year of 2021. And considering further that there may be more limitations next year, which is an election year. And therefore, we want to ensure that these programs are, we are able to continue the implementation of this program.
Mr. Speaker, I'm actually not against us utilizing fully our funds. Unfortunately, I want us to have a legal fund, meaning it is valid, it is based on moral governance. And the BOL, Mr. Speaker, which has been voted by around 1.5 million people from the Bangsamoro, provides that Section 19 allocation of funds for Black grant is very clear. So I'm really not sure how a Bangsamoro bill can amend the BOL, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, for us to be informed, because I'm not part of the Committee on Finance, Mr. Speaker, what is this specific items that we are extending? Can we request for a presentation of what is specific item? Because earlier, Mr. Speaker, during our budget deliberation, tinanong po, during the 2020, meron ba tayong savings? Na-mention po, 14 billion pesos. So I assume, Mr. Speaker, yung 14 billion pesos is supposed to be deposited sa special account which we should have been appropriating. Sa tingin ko, hindi po mawawala yung pondo ng Bangsamoro. Pero ang gusto po mangyari ng Bangsamoro Organic Law ay yung mga pondo na na-stock is magamit fully. At tandaan po natin, may prioritization po ang budget. So, yun po, Mr. Speaker, sana, mapakita sa atin, ano-ano ba itong gusto natin i-extend, yung specific item. Tapos, yun lang din yung gusto ko malaman, kung yung interpretation o yung policy natin, BAA can trump or can amend the BOL.
Mr. Speaker, I don't think by extending the availability of the 2020 and 2021 GAAB funds is tantamount to trumping the Bangsamoro Organic Law. In the first place, Mr. Speaker, Section 19, which is I think what the good gentleman is referring to, Article of the POL has been actually this provision, Mr. Speaker, is subject to different interpretations. One interpretation would maybe be what the good gentleman wants to um, adopt for the parliament, which is for reversion of the funds and conscious act of reappropriating the amount. But as I mentioned earlier, there are different views on how you read the Section 19. And we are not saying that the interpretation being forwarded by the good gentleman is a wrong interpretation, nor is it the correct interpretation. But our point is, when we want to read the POL in a way that will empower us as an autonomous government to act for the general welfare, for the good of our constituencies, considering the need for these funds to be made available to us for implementation. We want to interpret it in a way that will allow the Parliament to enact this bill that will extend the availability of the funds. So this is not to trump Section 19. It is an exercise of the powers of the Parliament provided to it by the same law, the Bangsamoro Organic Law, which recognizes the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region as an autonomous government, more autonomous even than the local governments, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, but based on this section, it seems to be a provision that saves funds for the Bangsamoro. For example, if we reappropriate something and the BUR is so slow, then it reverts back to the Treasury. And the Bangsamoro, as a parliament or the government of the day, as a policy, can decide that they can use it more appropriately on a certain matter. Ibig sabihin po, Mr. Speaker, it free ups the budget. Ibig sabihin, hindi po napupunda o napupundo yung budget kung saan tumatagal ito at yung value niya lumiliit po. Yun lang po yung sa tingin ko na nilalagay dito sa Section 19. Kaya tayo binigyan ng reason na ilagay ito sa block grant natin at hindi isauli sa national government kasi nais nila i-review natin yung paggamit natin ng pondo. Pag talagang mabagal, ibalik natin sa Treasury. Tapos yung government of the day naman po, sila naman ang merong policy kung paano i-reappropriate at igamit ng tama. Yun po yung nakikita natin dito, Mr. Speaker.
Is that a manifestation or do you have a question?
Yun po yung nire-raise ko, Mr. Speaker. Pero it seems that ang reason po talaga ni-raise ko tong question na to, Mr. Speaker, because ang pakiramdam ko with the bill, even for now, Mr. Speaker, we don't have a budget bill. We don't have a budget law. Therefore, we are still following the ARM law, which is incompatible in some reasons with the BOL dahil may specific allocation process ang block grants. So sa tingin ko, potentially hindi naman illegal, pero it's not legal. Kasi ito po yung process na maging legitimate at legal yung isang bagay for allocating a block grant.
There's no question in his remark, but I think that's a manifestation. Do you like to respond to that, MP Raisa, the jury?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think we have explained already that Section 19 can be interpreted in different ways. And at the same time, we are looking at the necessity of the extension of the availability of funds and considering the autonomy given to the Bangsamoro Parliament. We think that this act of extending is still within the bounds of the uh, of the law and the powers of the Bangsamoro Parliament. And it is also a wise act on our part, considering, as I mentioned earlier, that we want to continue these programs. These programs will benefit our constituencies, and a more circuitous way of doing it may not be good for our constituents, considering the import of these programs that we may still implement, Mr. Speaker.
Do you have further questions? Or
No further questions, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The Deputy Minority Leader, MP Baintan, Patuan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for the record, I signed the committee report with reservation, stating that I filed the resolution, resolution number 581, entitled Resolution Urging for the Reversion of the Unobligated Funds of Fiscal Year 2020 and 2021 to the Bangsamoro Treasury under a special fund for reappropriation. Mr. Speaker, for obvious reason, we cited the provisions of the POL as articulated earlier by MP Rasmit Mob, Mr. Speaker, as basis of the resolution, Mr. Speaker. And for the record, Mr. Speaker, we are not against the utilization of the 2020 and 2021 funds. What we want is for the government of the day to start anew, because what will happen is that we will have a compounding 3 years budget that will be implemented next year during an election period and during a pandemic season, time, Mr. Speaker. So I couldn't imagine what will happen to the ministries and offices with, for example, just for the office of the Chief Minister, for just one program, Mr. Speaker. I'll cite again the Kapyanan. The Kapyanan has 4,200 housing project, I guess, for 2020, 3,200 for 2021, and another 3,200 houses for 2022, Mr. Speaker. And that equivalents to, the totals to more than 10,000 houses that will be constructed next year, all in next year, Mr. Speaker, during an election period and during the pandemic. I couldn't imagine how difficult the particular office would handle that particular project, just one project alone, amounting to billions of pesos and totaling to more than 10,000 housing projects. Mr. Speaker, our contention really is that let us not burden the ministries and offices. Let's give them what they can implement. If we give them all of these things that we know that they cannot implement, in the first place, we're not in the, I mean, it's very obvious that we want them to fail. Because imagine, if we, next month, kung hindi pa tayo nakapag-apply ng election exemption for the implementation of our programs and projects, especially capital outlay projects, hindi po natin yan mai-implement. So meron ka pang pandemic na hindi masyadong makamove yung mga tao. Tapos ang ipapa-implement mo sa kanila ay equivalent sa 3 taon na hindi natin na-implement na mga proyekto. Imagine nyo po, anong mangyayari sa mga ahensya, sa mga ministries. Are we not giving them burden? Are we helping them? hindi po mawawala yung pera. Ang gusto lang po naming mangyari ay yung hindi natin kaya, in the meantime, ay ibalik muna natin. Yung hindi mga nakumit, because we were told earlier that we have a savings of 14 billion. And that's unspent amount. And we can, and another unspent amount, and I'm sure of that, no? Because based on the BUR, napakababa ng BUR. And we'll be seeing another low BUR once we give all those programs and projects. Kasi nireplicate mo lang yung 2020, 2021, 2022, that makes it times 3. And to be implemented in a year during a pandemic and during an election season. So paano po ang mangyayari sa mga opisina? Hindi pa natin sila tinutulungan. Mababaon po sila. At hindi nila alam kung ano ang uunahin nila. Yung 2020, yung 2021, o yung 2022. Yun po yung major concern natin, Mr. Speaker. Hindi po namin gustong mawala yung pera. Ang gusto namin, yung kaya lang po ma-implement ng mga ahensya, yun lang muna yung ipa-implement natin. And we start anew. We start afresh because we are starting the new extension period, which is 2022 to 2025. So clean slate. Mas maganda kung clean slate. Nagsimula ka ng very brand new na mga programa na napaloob doon sa we just approved na BTA Bill 155. So, kung kaya pa nila na dagdagan yung in-approve, kaka-approve lang natin na mga programa, yun yung ibalik natin sa kanila. No? But we need to revert them first, Mr. Speaker. Yun lang po, gusto lang namin ipaliwanag. That's why I filed this resolution with the hope that you would understand our position and understand also the implication to the ministries and offices once we grant the request, Mr. Speaker. Yun lang po. Maraming salamat.
Thank you, Deputy Minority Leader, MP Baintan. Again, that's a manifestation. And would you like to comment?
Mr. Speaker, shortly.
Yes, please, MP
Short
Raisa.
comment. Iba po yung perspective din namin on this extension. And for the same reason cited by our good colleague, that next year is an election year. There is still the pandemic. The process of that is being proposed by the interpellator, Mr. Speaker, would bring more difficulty to the ministries. Considering, for example, the case of Kapianan, which has been cited, would show that that the 2020 funds have been fully obligated. And for 2021, I think 50 plus percent has also been obligated. And we have made commitments. We have made commitments to our constituencies, and this would include former combatants, IDPs, low-income families, and stopping the program at this point when the program implementation has already taken off, and that would also support the 2022 program, of providing a bigger number of housing units to our beneficiaries. It would really be for our benefit and for our constituents. Putting it in a special fund and reallocating it, reappropriating it, it's not as easy, It's not as simple as it is being presented. It would go through the same process that we have undergone for the Appropriations Act that we just approved. And there's even a provision in the General Appropriations Act that when you put the unexpended funds, unspent amount, to a special fund. You cannot appropriate it for the next 2 years. So this will spell a discontinuance of of the initiatives that have been started when the Bangsamoro government, the BTA, was established in 2019. So our purpose, Mr. Speaker, is really to continue to honor the commitments that we have made and to work harder so that these programs, including the 2022 programs, projects, and activities, are all fully implemented, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, please.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, bago pa ako ma-misinterpret on my position, Mr. Speaker, I don't have a problem with those obligated projects already because it's already a commitment and ready for implementation. What I'm saying is that there will be the implementation because we approve another 2022 allocation. Kaya nga sabi ko nung una, dapat mas nauna itong discussion nito bago tayo mag-approve ng 2022. Dahil kung na-approve na natin yung 2022 at i-approve din natin ito, 1 plus 1 plus 1 equals plus 1 equals 3. So ang nangyari nga, dahil na-approve na natin yung 155, plus naging times 3 na nga. Pero imagine mo, nakakommit na ng 2020 na i-implement niya. Nakakommit na rin na in 2021 na i-implement niya. Pero dagdagan mo ng another commitment. Dahil dinagdagan na nga natin, anong mangyayari, Mr. Speaker? For those programs and projects that were already committed and obligated, as we say, ang sinasabi po namin ay yung hindi na-obligate. Kaya magandang mapag-usapan kung ano nga ba yung mga projects na hindi pa na-obligate na gusto nating i-extend. Mr. Speaker, magkano po ba yon? Dahil based on the BUR na pinresent kanina, for 2020, ang BUR natin ay nasa 69%. And that's equivalent to 45 billion out of the 65 billion block grant or appropriations that we have for 2020. That means to say there are remaining 20 billion pesos that are unspent for 2020. And for 2021, the BUR that was mentioned earlier is 42.1. And it's equivalent to 31.84 billion. Ang remaining po natin na pera for 2021 ay nasa 43 billion, 0.78. Kung pagsamahin natin yung dalawa, no, yung 2020 at 2021, nasa more than 60 billion yung pera. So doon sa more than 60 billion, ano doon ang i-extend natin? Magkano yung i-extend natin na hindi pa natin na-obligate? Mr. Speaker, just to be clear, hindi natin pinag-uusapan dito yung na-obligate na. No? Because it was already committed. Pero magkano yung unobligated? And the figures that was given to us is the figure that I'm discussing right now, which totals to more than 60 billion pesos. So sa more than 60 billion pesos, magkano po yung ating i-extend? Magkano po sa 2020 at magkano po sa 2021? That will add up to the 79 billion that we have already approved as part of BTA Bill 155, Mr. Speaker.
Did you catch up the question?
Query, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, query.
Yes, for a while, MP Musa Diamla, MP Baintan has the floor. Yes, please proceed, MP Raisa Jaturi.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Well, as provided in committee report number 92, there is a list of continuing programs. And this is based on the programs that have been approved under 2020 and 2021. But the list some of these have already been implemented but are still in this list. As mentioned earlier, there's 42% of rate of obligation as opposed to appropriation. So we still have to check what programs that are provided in the Annex A of Committee Report number 92 will be subjected to the extension of availability, Mr. Speaker. But we have to take note, Mr. Speaker, that even those that are still unobligated, most of the ministries have taken the necessary steps towards its obligation, the obligation of these funds. So if we revert the funds under these for these programs, this will require another period of time for us to reach that point where we are able to obligate the funds under these programs, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker,
Yes.
again, I would like to know how much are we extending from the 2020 funds and how much for 2021 funds?
So you're asking for a specific amount.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, because we cannot just approve it or we cannot just have our position to a particular bill which we did not know what we are approving or what we are acting upon.
We have exact figure data.
May query, Mr. Chair.
For a while, MP Musa Diamla, we are having a discussion here on the floor. MP Bayintan has the floor. So this question.
Mr. Speaker, this is in line with this, and this is a query. Mr. Speaker, this is the same subject that I'm going to inquire.
I know MP Musa, but we need to finish first the inquiry of Bayintan. Then after her, we will recognize you. MP Raisa Jaturi,
Mr. Speaker,
we have the exact figures.
Yes, we don't have the exact figures, but we can use the BUR and apply that to the total amount of the covering the programs, projects, and activities for 2020 under the 2020 Appropriations Act.
Mr. Speaker, if I may, Mr. Speaker, if I remember it right, there was a small caucus agreement that only those programs or selected programs are up for extension, and not all the MOOEs. And the PS, of course, is not extended. Not all MOOEs are extended, Mr. Speaker. Are we saying that we do not have the figure of how much are we not extending? For example, how much PS, how much MOE are we, how much capital outlay are we extending?
I think, Mr. Speaker, in the committee report, it talks about continuing programs, and therefore, generally, of course, we take out the personnel services and then the gas and STO. So, of the 26 billion in the Annex A, if you apply, so this would be the list, no? And if you apply the at most 40%, that would be around 10 billion of the 2020 GAAB, Mr. Speaker. So around 10 billion for 2020.
So I believe we simply at this point in time cannot convert percentage to an actual amount. The percentage of the BUR to an actual amount.
It's around 10 billion, Mr. Speaker.
So we can only, the proponent can only provide us with a
Ballpark
with
figure.
yes, what do you call that, projection or
A ballpark figure, Mr. Speaker.
yes, yes.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I'm afraid that some of the members of the Committee on Finance is no longer around. I thought that there was an initial agreement from among them because I have my reservation. I stated my reservation that we will only extend a portion of those programs and projects, but not entirely the MOOs of the ministries and offices, Mr. Speaker. So in this case, if we are computing it based on the BURs, then that particular agreement is not observed, Mr. Speaker. But that is an agreement within the majority, Mr. Speaker, because I have my reservation. I thought that the discussion is based on that premise, Mr. Speaker, and that's why I'm asking how much was not extended.
Do we need to continue this, or do you need to call for a suspension so that we can get the necessary data as MP Baintan is requesting, the main proponent? MP Jury.
But Mr. Speaker, actually we already have the list of what is referred to as continuing programs under MOOE.
Okay.
These are the only ones that will be extended. So we take out items under STO, DAS, and of course the personnel services. So we have that list, and the total amount for 2020 is 26 billion 7,519,738 pesos and 31 centavos. Note that some have been obligated already, have been implemented, and funds have been disbursed. So at most around 40%, because that's the BUR rate in general, would be subject to the extension. That's around 10 billion pesos.
10 billion?
Opo.
Okay.
For 2020.
For 2020?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
What about for 2021?
2021.
For 2021, as provided in the committee report, Mr. Speaker, for 2021, only personnel services will be excluded. So all the other items under the GAAB for 2021 will be extended, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I thought that the agreement they have at the committee level is not all those MOEs and capital outlays. MOEs are extended, Mr. Speaker. I'll cite you one example, Mr. Speaker. Doon po sa MOE ng isang ministry at opisina, napaloob po dyan yung bills, yung mga regular natin na bayarin. We will be doing the same dahil may appropriation siya sa 2022. I-extend mo pa rin siya. So ibig sabihin, dalawa yung babayaran mo. Magbayad ka ng ilaw ng times 2. Kasi dalawa yung taon na appropriation mo. As simple as that, Mr. Speaker. And that's why, ang agreement nila is take out some of the programs, some MOEs na hindi na extendable. And I thought it was the agreement. And I thought there was a figure already of how much it's supposed to be, Mr. Speaker.
Raisa?
Well, I think, Mr. Speaker, the bulk of the budget anyway is really on MOE for programs of the continuing programs of the ministries. So if there are some items that are still unexpended from 2021 that may be made available for 2022, then we don't need to use them since there are also available funds under 2022 budget.
Let me first call for a 1-minute suspension. Session suspended. Session resumed. Still under the period of debate and interpellation on UTA Bill number 159. Majority Leader?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, there being no other MPs who'd like to interpellate, I move to close the period of interpellation and debate.
There's a motion to close the period of debate and interpellation. It has been seconded without objection. The period of debate and interpellation is hereby closed.
Mr. Speaker, I move to open the period of amendment.
Period of amendment is open. Any members?
Mr. Speaker,
There's a motion to close the period of amendment. No objection. It has been seconded. The period of amendment is hereby closed.
Mr. Speaker,
Would you like to reopen again the period of amendment?
yes,
Majority
Mr.
Leader?
Speaker.
Okay, there's a
I move
motion to
to-
reopen
Yes, the
the
period
period
of
of
amendment.
amendment has been seconded. The period of amendment is hereby open. The Deputy Minister of MFPM, MP Opaida Pakasim, direct.
Speaker, I am proposing amendment on section 1, section 2, especially on the cash budgeting system, both for 2020 and 2021, Mr. Speaker. Or Bangsamoro, if I amended to read as follows. Shall be available for release in this first purpose specific special till December 31, 2022. Appropriations for infrastructure capital the delivery, inspection, and payment shall be made not later than June 30, 2023. On the continuing program under MOO be valid for obligation 2020. Mr. Speaker.
Agreed. I move 20. After the capital of the after 6 months period.
Thank you. Karen, please highlight the specific wordings of the amendment, proposed amendment. Do you have other amendments, MP Bites?
Yes.
Is it okay with the Parliament that we proceed?
follows, Mr. Speaker. Cash budgeting system, all rise in this action or release and disbursement for the purpose specified 22. For fiscal year 20, while the delivery, inspection, and payment shall be Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Again, we request that the bites to provide.
It's accepted.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. For they are typing now the proposed amendment. You have another one.
Last proposed amendment, Mr. Speaker, as regards the continuing programs, Mr. Speaker, I propose that the Transitional Development Impact Fund be included in the continuing programs, Mr. Speaker.
Minister Guerra, the response.
The proposed amendment that includes the as part of the continuing program is accepted.
Okay, so all three proposed amendments.
Speaker, I move to close the period of amendment.
There's a motion to close the period of amendments. That means seconded. Period of amendment is hereby.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the approval of
Bill number
Bill
9195.
number 159 on second reading by viewer votes, Mr. Speaker.
So, those who are in favor of BTL Bill number 159 as amended. No.
Yes,
Amended is here. Majority Leader.
They pass.
Session suspended. Session resumed. Majority Leader, do we have a certification on the urgency of this particular measure? Certification from the...
Yes, Mr. Speaker, there was a certification signed by the Chief Minister Al-Awwal Ibrahim, dated December 23, 2021, received by the Honorable Speaker Attorney Ali Pangalan Balindo. Stated that the Chief Minister hereby certified the necessity to immediately enact Bangsamoro Transition Authority Cabinet Bill number 159, entitled an act extending the availability of the General Appropriation Act of the Bangsamoro to December 31, 2020, except personal services, amending for the purpose section 47 of the General Provisions of the General Appropriation Act of the Bangsamoro for years 2020 and 2021. This certification is an urgent certification, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, there is a certification urgently for Cabinet Bill number 159, Mr. Speaker.
The mentioned certification from the CM declaring this as an urgent bill, we will dispense with the 3-day rule and proceed with the third and final reading of Parliament Bill number 195.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I move for the approval of Cabinet Bill number 159 on third and final stage by nominal vote, Mr. Speaker.
Any objection to the motion? Hearing none, it has been seconded. Secretariat, please call the roll.
Nominal voting on BTA Cabinet Bill number 159. The Honorables Abbas Ahmad.
My vote is yes.
Abbas Haron. Abbas Zulkarnain. Abbas Basit Sari. MP Abbas Sari.
Yes.
Abu Mujib. Adil Jaur Rahman Alonto.
Yes.
Ahang Abdullah. MP Ahang. Alamia Liza. Alauddin Faiz. Ali Ibrahim. MP Ali Ibrahim. Ali Lanang Jr. Ali Edi Mapag.
My vote is yes.
MP Alil Cesar.
My vote is yes.
Ambuluto Suarto. Ampatuan Baintan.
Speaker.
Yes. The lady has to move.
Be an implementation of 3 compounding years of the programs and project by next year. This is an election period. pandemic time and still in the hiring of the personnel, Mr. Speaker. My vote is abstain, Mr. Speaker.
Alayatin Susan.
So, España.
Asmawil Muslima. MP Asmawil Muslima.
España. Atsis ang rin.
Malindong Ali Pangalian. Para Hamid Aminuddin. Basman Anna Tarhata. Burahan Abraham. MP Burahan Abraham. MP Burahan Abraham. Gandao Bay Maliha.
My vote is yes.
Dandamon Latif Maysara. Yamla Musa.
Abstain.
Dipatuan Saprula. MP Dipatuan Saprula. Ibrahim Ahod. Ismail Haji Abdulaziz.
My vote is yes.
Kayak Abdullah. Kera Edward. Hasan Atimil. Hasib. Iqbal Muager. Ismail Rasul.
Mr. Speaker. Yes, the gentleman has 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker. One, that we have a pending resolution number 581. Two, we have different interpretation of the bill. Three,
Jajuri Raisa. Jakilan Muslimin.
Yes. The vote is yes.
MP Chikiri Al-Bakir. Karon Bainon. MP Karon Bainon. Didasan Mussolini. Loong Don Mustafa.
May I have my 1 minute, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, the Bangsamoro enters 4 stages: budget planning, the budget legislation, the budget implementation, the budget accountability. Basically, we are in the transition, and perhaps there may have been improvements needed in the budget planning in previous times. While I consider the aspects also that in the budget accountability phase, we need to ensure that the ministries really program what they implement. We all like infrastructure needs continuity and stability. And that if some infrastructure projects are reverted, it might confuse the programming.
MP Don, sorry, but your signal is unstable and erratic. Can you please type your vote? And then maybe you will ask you to submit your written explanation of your vote because your signal is erratic and unstable. We hardly understand what you're saying. You don't just type your vote so we can move forward. What is the vote, Secretariat?
Mr. Speaker, my vote is yes. Thank
again?
you for your patience, Mr. Speaker.
Can you speak?
Mr. Speaker.
What is type your vote, MP Don, so we can move forward. Hindi
My vote,
namin
Mr. Speaker, is yes.
Okay.
My vote is yes.
Proceed.
Lorena Jose Ribani.
Yes, you have 2 minutes, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, budget is just a tool to implement development programs and projects for the betterment of our people. It is a process. It is procedural. Substantive justice of delivering should not be disrupted. If procedural law is taken seriously over substantive law, we might miss the efforts that we have dedicated ourselves to do as members of the parliament. Having said that, I always believe that substantive justice should prevail over procedural justice. My vote for the extension is yes. Thank you.
Makakawag do raw. Makapaar Abdullah. MP Makapaar Abdullah. Makaraya Jamel. MP Makaraya Jamel. Makasalong Marjani. Mangudadato Dato Kalas. Mantawil Malik. MP Mantawil Malik. Mastura Dato Takaw. Mastura City Sahara. MP Mastura City, Shara. Mawali Lamil Bahar. MP Mawali Lamil Bahar. Bitimbang Dato Pantaw. Mitbog Rasul.
Mr. Speaker, can I avail of
Yes, you have 2 minutes, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, I have to vote. I have to abstain, Mr. Speaker. One, meron pa po tayong pending resolution number 581 related dun sa unspent funds, Mr. Speaker. Second, meron pong differences sa interpretation of Article 12, Section 19 of the BOL. Pangatlo, Mr. Speaker, sa based dun sa debates and interpellation, hindi po klaro talaga para sa akin ano yung extend natin for 2020 and 2021. And last, Mr. Speaker, we will be compounding the programs and it will be very difficult for the ministry, Mr. Speaker. Unfortunately, I have to vote abstain, Mr. Speaker.
Mujahid Abdul Muhammad. Munoz Hussein. MP Munoz Hussein. Oranon Soib. MP Oranon Soib. Makasa Mabayda. MP Pakasa Mabayda.
He was just here.
Pak Abdulahab. MP Pak Abdulahab. Pangandaman Nabila Margarita. MP Pangandaman Nabila Margarita. Ramos Jamila. MP Ramos Jamila. Rimbang Sultan Edrisa Nasser.
Meron po kayong 2 minuto.
Thank you po, Punong Ministro. Mr. Speaker, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Sa Membro of Parliament, ang buto ko po dito sa extension na pwede natin na yes po. At total, last po ito yata na plenary natin ngayon 2021. Please, I am appealing sa lahat na Membro of Parliament sa ating mga staff o mayroon man ng isang Membro of Parliament sa ating mga staff na nagsabi na hindi kakaganda na kanyang pakinig o kanyang puso, damdamin ay mag-relan na lang tayo, magmahalan na lang tayo. Isa pa rin tayo, nabuo pa rin tayo na Bangsamoro. Thank you po, Mr. Speaker.
Ano pong boto nila?
Yes na yes po. Okay ba?
Sakar Modayaw. Salenda Said. Sali Al-Said. MP Sali Al-Said. Saldiga Romeo.
Gentleman has 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to explain my vote. Considering the two opposing positions, Mr. Speaker, I think it is really very hard to decide on this matter. But alam ko naman na pagka na-approve ito, dapat magkaroon ho ng, ito lang yung Mr. Speaker, na magkaroon ng mekanismo paano ho mabigyan natin ng o mapagaan natin yung trabaho ng mga ministry pagka na-approve itong batas. Kaya yung boto ko, Mr. Speaker, dahil sa bagay na yon, na gusto ko makita yung mekanismo paano matulungan yung mga ministry later with reservation. Yes, with reservation, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, yes.
Salik Ali. Sanki Ali. Sani Pundong. Satar Al-Sad. MP Satar Al-Sad. Sema Omar Yasser.
Mr. Speaker, may I explain my vote?
The gentleman from Cotabato City has 2 minutes.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, the debate a while ago on Section 19 was a very compelling argument, actually. Being a member of the second BTC, we acknowledge that provision as very important, considering that we have been given fiscal autonomy and we should not be given the outright discretion to abuse our given autonomy. On the other hand, Mr. Speaker, this has been balanced by the powers given to the Bangsamoro government, particularly of Section 3 of Article 5 of the Public Act 11054, which is the General Welfare Clause. Has given the Bangsamoro government ample powers it can exercise for the betterment of the people. Nonetheless, Mr. Speaker, it is not the two provisions of the law that my vote is rested upon. My vote of yes is rested upon my confidence and trust in the leadership of the Bangsamoro government. I believe they have ventured on this path with plans and programs that would expedite the implementation of all programs covered by the funds we are extending. We are extending. So, Mr. Speaker, my vote is yes.
Sema Romeo. MP Sema Romeo.
Yes.
Sheikh Said.
My vote is yes.
Silongan Aida. Sulaiman Ali. Tago Paisalin.
Mr. Speaker,
Yes, the gentleman has 2 minutes.
1 minute. Mr. Speaker, it has been said that there are so many legal laws or problems regarding the extinction bill. But for me as a lawyer, when I was confronted with that issue, isa lang ang natutunan ko sa law school, yung Latin maxim, salus populi is suprema lex. The welfare of the people is the supreme law. That is the supreme law. And I believe this extension bill is for the welfare of the Bangsamoro people. And that is my supreme law. Even there is a law o constitutional man o anumang law na violate. But the welfare of the people is my supreme law. That's why, Mr. Speaker, I am voting yes. However, Mr. Speaker, in the next budget, sana po, huwag na tayo mag-extend ulit. Gawin na natin ang narapat for the succeeding year, the next years, tapos sinad natin yung mga proyekto para sa next years na tayo mag-extend. With your respect to all. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Tan Nabin.
Mr. Speaker,
Yes.
may I have a 2-minute
Yes, Your Honor.
to explain my vote? I vote yes, not because I just want to vote yes, but because I feel that this is the necessity for me to say it that I am for the welfare of the Bangsamoro. I am for the advancement of development in the area of the Bangsamoro. However, with the same caution, that I will have a very strong reservation if there will be another extension. So for this, I shall be lenient to give way to the ministries because of the pandemic that has ravaged through the years for 2 years. And so therefore, I'm giving way to the wishes of the ministries to give them the ample time to execute the budget. And so for me, this is part of the my representation bespeaks of the constituency that I represent. Although I am just an appointed official like all of us here, but this is to me the supreme maxim also of Salus Populi is S Suprema Lex. The voice of the people is the supreme law. And while there may be some flaws as to procedure, sabi ng aking kaibigan, si MP Joe Lorena, sabi ng Supreme Court decision, substantive justice should not be sacrificed in the altar of technicalities. I vote yes.
Uja Sahi.
For 30 seconds, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, please proceed, Your Honor.
I just would like to put this condition of my vote that we just hope that the extended funds of 2020 and 2021 shall benefit the Bangsamoro people, shall benefit the less, the poorest of the poor through the religious implementation of the projects identified for. My vote is yes for that condition. Thank you.
Ulama Melanio. Usman Aspar. MP Usman Aspar. Jacob Muhammad.
My vote is yes.
UAK Narciso.
Secretary General, can we report back the result of the voting?
Mr. Speaker, the result of the nominal voting on the BTA Cabinet Bill number 159, an act extending the availability of the General Appropriations Act of the Bangsamoro to December 31, 2022, except personnel services and other items of the MOE, amending for the purpose Section 47 of the General Provisions of the General Appropriations Act of the Bangsamoro for years 2020 and 2021 as follows. 59 for yes votes, 0 no vote, with 46 for yes votes, 0 no vote, with 4 abstain vote. Mr. Speaker, the yes votes have it.
With 46 members voted in favor, none opposed, and 4 abstained, BTA Bill number 159 is hereby approved on third and final reading. Congratulations again. Majority Leader.
There being no other agenda on the order of business, Mr. Speaker,
we call for 1 minute suspension to allow for the ceremonial signing. Session suspend. Okay.
وكذلك بعثناهم ليتساءلوا.
Mr. Speaker, there being no other order business of the order agenda of the order of business, I move for the adjournment of discussion session, Mr. Speaker.
So on behalf of Speaker Attorney Pangalian Balindong, the officers and the rest of the members of the BTA, I wish to extend to all our staff and employees an advanced and prosperous 2022. May you be safe next year. May Allah bless our region. May Allah bless the Parliament. May Allah bless the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao. Special session is hereby adjourned. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh.
ويقولون سبعة وثامنهم ولا تقولن لشيء إني فاعل ذلك غدا إلا أن يشاء الله واذكر ربك إذا نسيت وقل عسى أن يهدي بربي أقرب من هذا رشدا ولبثوا في كهفهم 300 سنين وازدادوا 9 قل الله أعلم بما لبثوا له غيب السماوات والأرض أبصر به وأسمع ما لهم ولا يشرك في حكمه أحدا واتل ما أوحي إليك لا مبدل لكلماته ولا تجد.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Before we proceed with the ceremonial signing the 2022 People's Budget, we are pleased to announce that the Chief Minister Ahud Balawag Ibrahim is joining us today, who is now in in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, particularly in Makkah Mukarramah. We want to hear Chief Minister message from you from the Parliament, and we are again sending our salam to you. Your Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. My salam to everyone. My salam from the while I am just a few meters from the Kaaba now, and I perform my Umrah, and also thanks Allah for our extension, and also at the same time ask guidance and blessings from Allah. So I would like to announce to everyone that while I'm on a virtual attendance in the session, I would like to inform you that I have authorized the signing by my stamp signature of the bill, and then later on when I return, inshallah, I will sign it personally after my return. So again, my salam to everybody, and may Allah extend us His guidance, blessings, and assistance in order to achieve our objective, inshallah. So thank you very much. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. And I
Salam.
pray that everybody will also be able to soon visit the Kaaba, inshallah.
Over the budget, 2022 budget.
Okay.
So we are inviting the members to join us for the photo ops. O sige, ito na lahat eh.
Papuntahin mo nga dito si Kaka. Si Kaka. Si Kaka. Si Kaka.
ولولا دخلت جنتك قلت ما شاء قوة